Hello there and welcome back. Now in this video we're going to learn how to create a type of 3D effect with the Mixer Brush tool here in Photoshop. Now this is not really a 3D effect like we've been looking at in previous videos of this module, but this method gives us something that looks quite similar to 3D. So this effect is more or less a bonus to this module. So first thing we have to do now is create our background or document. So I'm just going to take the 16 by 11 inches and 150 resolution and create. Now, like I said before, we're going to be using the Mixer Brush tool, and the first thing we want to do is take the ellipse tool and create an ellipse. So this is my ellipse, and I'll just remove the stroke, give it a color. No, not a color. Give it a gradient. So we can give it this gradient or this one. So let's start with this guy here. Okay, so this is what we now have. And what I want to do is I want to actually duplicate this because we're going to have lots and lots of them. So I will duplicate this and hold down Alt to duplicate. And for this other version, I'm gonna use a different gradient. So let's use this gradient this time. Perfect. And also I'll duplicate this guy to have another one, and for this one I want to do something completely different from what I have done in both places. So what I want to do here is I want to duplicate 3 more versions of this same ellipses. Perfect. So for this guy and this guy, I just want to change the gradient. Okay, so let's use this gradient, and in fact let's try changing this gradient also. So hit U, come here, and let's choose this guy. Okay, and yeah, so let's work with this. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is just select my shape and just rasterize my shape, because this will work only if we rasterize our shape. Then select all of these guys and rasterize them, and then merge them into a single layer. Perfect. Now we're done with step 1. The next step we'll do is take our Mixer Brush tool, and we've looked at the Mixer Brush tool in previous lectures, so we've used this over and over again. So this is just another use of our Mixer Brush tool. Now what we want to do is have some settings here. Now make sure this is checked, so this will enable us to load our brush. Okay, so this should be checked, this should be checked, and we have our load should be 100%, our flow 100%, and our smoothing, you know what smoothing is. Smoothing basically smoothens our brush strokes, right? So this could be lower, and of course it means our brush strokes will be more reactive to our drawing. Okay, and if we boost it, it's going to be smoother but slower, right? So let's just strike a balance. So let's see 24. Now we have these presets here. Now with these Mixer Brush settings, you're going to get different effects. Okay, so let's just choose this one for a start. So the dry heavy load. So select the dry heavy load, and now just hold down Alt on your keyboard and sample this guy. Hold on Alt and click to sample this guy, and let's see. Okay, we actually have to be on our layer. We can see that we're not on our layer, so let's just hide these 2 layers, or not, let's not hide them, let's just select our layer instead, and we want to sample just the layer. So sample all layers should be turned off, and I'll just hold on Alt and click. Now if you look here, you're going to see that it has copied our gradient. Okay, so if I just right click and select my hard brush, maybe reduce my brush size, and now using my drawing tablet or my drawing pen, I will just draw, and you're going to see what we are now creating. Okay, so this is what we've now been able to create. Now you can see that it has that 3D effect. I'm just going to undo and I'll just create a new layer, so all our drawings will be on this layer. Perfect. So let's see, we want, right, Photoshop, so you can see what we are achieving. So we are achieving this 3D effect but with the mixer brush tool. Okay, I'll just undo a couple of times and reduce my smoothness to say 5%. Let's try one more time. Photoshop. I think I would kind of need to make my document bigger so as to accommodate my text. Okay, perfect. So I'll just go back and let's try writing this time. So using the tablet is way better than using your mouse in this case. Okay, so you can see how we've been able to come up with this text. Let me just boost up my smoothing a bit, say 16%, Photoshop. And this smoothing just makes the whole thing way better. Okay, so Adobe Photoshop using our mixer brush tool. Now this looks incredible. Create a new layer and let's try writing something else. So let's see, I love, and I'll just make my brush size a bit bigger. And Adobe, incredible. Now let's try other colors. So just hold down Alt while selecting my layer, of course. Hold on Alt, and I will also make sure my brush is bigger than my sample. Okay, so hold on Alt and sample. Perfect, we've sampled it. Now we can create a new layer and start drawing our awesomeness. So Adobe Photoshop, incredible. So let's try other mixer brush presets. Like I said, we have other presets, right? We have the dry preset, the dry light preset. So let's try the dry and see what we get with this one. So we can see that it fades out with the dry preset. So as you draw, it fades out. So Photoshop, so you can see it's fading out. Yeah, so that's what we get with this one. I'll just delete. Yeah, and let's try something else. Let's try a different one. Now for this next ones, let's try the wet brushes. So let's try the wet heavy mix and see what we get. Now this will kind of mix our colors at points like this. Okay, so it all depends on what you want to create. Perfect. Photoshop. yeah. So let's try something else. Let's see, let's try this guy. It's almost similar to the previous one. Okay, so basically guys, this is what you get with this. Now let's try using this guy right here. Okay, let's try using him. So increase the size of my brush and hold down Alt and sample, and let's see what we get with this one. So create a new layer and start to brush. So we see what we get now. This is way cooler, way cooler. Okay, we love Adobe. Wow, I so much love this. I even love this more than the previous one, more than these other ones we created. Okay, so you can see that the possibilities of this technique is limitless. Okay, very limitless. Now let's try this one, the dry heavy load, and see what we get. Now this should not mix. I don't think it's going to mix. So you see it's not mixing our colors. We are just having everything just like how we have it here. We're not having a mix like the previous one. So let's try writing we love Photoshop. Incredible. So we see that the possibilities of this tool are limitless. Okay, so this is what we had before, this is what we just created. Perfect. Now I want to explore something else. I want to explore something even way cooler. So let's select this guy and then go to our properties, our layer styles, and then let's give it a bevel and emboss. So let's add some more awesomeness to it. So let's maybe soften it a bit and just try to create something quite dramatic here. Okay, yeah, so this should do. Yeah, let's create this shine. Let's make this shine stand out. Okay, so let's use 89. Perfect. And next thing I want to do is just maybe first of all duplicate this so that we have a copy, and then let's rasterize layer style. Perfect. And then take my mixer brush tool, make this bigger, and now sample. So let's see what we get. Perfect. Now create a new layer and let's draw. This takes it to a whole new level. And try this other one. So you see this one is mixing the colors and it's even looking better. Okay, it's even looking better basically. So as you can see, the mixer brush tool is just awesome. We've been able to achieve this incredible 3D effect within minutes. Now we can actually use paths to add this effect, and we are not going to look at that in this video. We're going to work using paths in our exercise section. Okay, so we're going to have a couple of exercises, maybe 2 or 1, and we're going to explore even more awesome techniques using the mixer brush tool. So I think among all of this, I think I prefer this guy. Okay, I like this better, way better. Let me just hide these other layers to visualize this even better. Now this is just incredible. This is just incredible. I love this Adobe Photo. Okay, it's just that I didn't complete the spelling, so maybe we are going to do better in the next video. Okay, so I'll just save this so that we don't waste it. Mixer brush 3D. Okay, perfect. Save. Okay, yeah, and with this we've come to the end of our video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this exercise we're going to explore even cooler ways of using our Mixer Brush Tool 3D effect. So go ahead and create a new file, a new document, and let's basically use the same size as before. And from here on I just want to bring in this guy. Okay, I just want to bring in this guy. So select, I think it's still an ellipse, right? Not yet. Okay, it's not an ellipse, so I actually want to in fact I won't bring this in any longer. I'll just create a new one. I thought it was still an ellipse, so I want to have as much control as possible. So I want to be able to change the colors. So let's select this guy for now. Perfect. And the next thing I'm going to do is go to my folder, my 3ds folder, and bring in an image. Now this is this image, this beauty image. Now this is a PNG image. Just go ahead and bring this image in, then drag it here. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to choose out our text. Now this is what we're going to use to create our Mixer Brush Tool 3D effect. So first things first, I'll select my layer and just lock my layer. And now in drawing this out, we're not going to use the normal shapes. Okay, so if you select your pen tool, for example, you should have it at set to shapes. Now this will enable you draw out shapes. Right now we are not going to use shapes, we are going to use paths instead. So make sure you have paths selected, and with these tools you can basically draw out the path of our text right here. So that's what we're going to do, and I'm sure you know how to use all of these. We've covered this very much, so that should not be a problem. So next thing we're going to do is start creating our path. So what I'll do is just go to Windows and go to Paths and enable our Paths panel. We are now going to start creating our paths. I'm going to use my pen tool, of course. So click, and I'll just try to create a smooth path. Okay. Let's say I create a point and I'm not satisfied with its positioning, or I want to edit the curve. I can just come and select my direct selection tool, select it, and kind of adjust the handles and make my path just like I want it. Okay, so that's just by the way. Go back to my tool and I'll continue drawing. So I don't want to draw all of these while recording the video. I'll just fast forward the video, and since this is something simple, which of course you know how to do, I'll just fast forward the video and we'll come back when I am all done. and we actually don't have to have all our parts linked. Okay, so it means we can create them separately. So let's say we want to create this B, this E separate from this B. We can just hit escape to deselect our path and then start creating our new path for E. Okay, so that's just something you should take note of. Okay, so just use your discretion in places like this. If you think it's better to join them together, you can join them together, but if you think it's better to just create them separately, fine, you can create them separately. And with that said, I'll go ahead and fast forward my video once again. So see you when I'm done. Hey there, so I've gone ahead and traced all my text using my path, and right in the paths panel you can see this is my path and it's been given a default name, which is walk path. I'll just double click this and give it a name. So let's say beauty and hit OK. Perfect. Now our path is complete, and the next thing we'll do is just first of all make sure we work on our ellipse. So let's select our ellipse and let's double click here to bring in the gradient fill option and just click here to see the different gradients. I'll just go ahead and double click here and make this closer to blue. Okay, so this should do, and for this one I'll just make this closer to pink. Okay, so hit OK and let's just use this particular gradient. Now the next thing I want to do is just come in and give it a bevel and emboss, and for size this should do. Yeah, and basically let's just make sure we achieve something that looks like this. Hit OK. So the next thing we'll do is, of course, go ahead and rasterize our layer, right? So let's just Ctrl J to have a copy and let's rasterize this guy. Right click and rasterize layer. Right click and rasterize layer style. Perfect. Now I'll just select it and select my mixer brush to make this bigger. Hold down Alt and sample. Hold on Alt and sample. Perfect. And the next thing I'll do is just hide my beauty layer right here and go ahead and select my beauty path and create a new layer on which my my effect will be. So I have to select my beauty path here, I have to select my new layer, then come here, right click and stroke path. So click on stroke path and we will be able to choose which tool we want to use to stroke our path, and we have to make sure it's the mixer brush tool selected. Perfect. So select the mixer brush tool and hit OK, and it's just going to stroke our path. Now you can see that this is way too big, right? So I'm just going to undo, and let's try to reduce the size of our brush. Reduce it even more, maybe increase it just once. So let's work with 50, and now let's try it one more time. So select here, right click, stroke path, hit OK. Perfect. So you see that this is better, and I even feel we could make this even bigger. So I'll just undo and make my brush size even bigger. So I'm just using my right bracket key to make it bigger. So 60, 70. So 70 is okay. So select this guy here, select this guy here, right click, stroke path, hit OK. Okay, perfect. So I like what we now have. Now we can delete our parts when we get satisfied. Okay, so just delete, and yeah, perfect. So you see what we have achieved. Incredible. So we can now off this guy and just centralize this better. And yeah, this looks incredible. Now we can just give it a background, a different background. Maybe give it this color, or even a black color altogether. So black color will just work perfectly, or a darker color instead, not necessarily black, so just a darker color. And we can experiment with other colors as well. Let's just stick to what we had before. Perfect. If we like, we can furthermore make adjustments to our layer. Like for example, we could just Ctrl J to duplicate it and go to filters, go to stylize, and then diffuse. Perfect. Now this diffuse, hit OK. Now this diffuse adds this kind of pixelating effect, and that to the edge and the highlights of our layer. So we see it's very subtle, but looks very nice. It looks incredible. Now we can also just Ctrl L to bring up the levels and maybe make this even more rich in color and contrast. Yeah, perfect. So this is what we've been able to create. Incredible. I can just close my path and marvel at my awesomeness. And I absolutely love what we've been able to create. And with this, we've come to the end of this video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. So as you can see, I have gone ahead and added a gradient background to our beauty 3D effect. Okay, our mixer brush 3D effect. And so you could have it with a gradient background, you could have it without the gradient, that's with this dark background, and you could even have it with a white background. Okay, so it all depends on what you want. Perfect. So in this exercise, we're going to cover one more application of this mixer brush 3D effect. So this time we're going to use an image and we're going to use it to experiment this application. Okay, so go to File, Open, and in our 3D in Photoshop folder, we have this image, this happy, excited woman. Now we have the Photoshop file. To go ahead and bring in the Photoshop file, so select the Photoshop file and open. Now you're going to see this image. Now what I have done here is I've gone ahead and removed the background. Okay, I've removed her from the background, so she is away from the background. Perfect. So I'll just Ctrl J to duplicate her one more time. So the next thing I want to do is just go ahead and pick my mixer brush tool. Okay, and this time I want to select this and make this bigger, make the mixer brush bigger, and this time I just want to go ahead and sample her clothes. So this time we're using her clothes to create the effect. So we just want to make this say 350. Perfect, because we want to capture the yellow color, the orange color, and this blue color. Okay, so 350 should do, or let's say 370. Okay, so 370 is even better. So all I will do right now is hold down Alt and sample my color. Now we can see that we've been able to pick our color, okay, or our sample instead. So I'll just make this dry and heavy load, and from now on I can just create a new layer and start painting on it. Now let's see what we create. Now you see this is what we get with this effect. So I'll just undo this and try to create something that makes sense. Okay, so I'll just reduce my brush size a bit, and now I'll just do this. I'll just come and do this. Now I'll just bring this behind our girl to create a new layer, and let's continue painting. Now I'll just paint like this. I'll just undo that and just paint like this. So what I want to do right now is I want my lady's hand to be behind this layer here. So what I'll just do is take my lasso tool and now cut out her hand. Okay, I'll just cut out her hand, so I'll Ctrl G for the hand and off this layer. And now let's bring this guy this way. Okay, and what I will now do is even cut her even further. So I'll just cut her like this to the lower parts of the lady. Ctrl G and bring it above my layer here, above this layer here, so that we have her looking like this, so that we have the whole composition looking like this. So it's coming this way behind her, it comes on top and then goes in between her hand and her body, just like this. Okay, so that's the effect we want to create. Actually, next thing I'll do is take my brush and continue. Now I'll just create a new layer. Okay, and now for this one, I'll just come from up here. Okay, perfect. And for this, I'll just take this below her, or behind her rather. Perfect. So you see, this is basically what I wanted to create. Okay, this is basically what I want to create. And yeah, so right now the next thing we're going to do is we can start adding shadows. Okay, because if this shape is going in between her hand and her body, the hand is going to cast some shadows on the shape, and also the shape is going to cast some shadows on her body, right? That's basic logic. Okay, so that's what we are going to do now. So we're going to add some shadows. So first of all, we have to create a new layer on top of her and behind this guy. Okay, so hit B for brush, and I'll just make sure my background is black, set to black. And what I'll do is I'll just come right here in between the both layers, and I'll just make sure that's hold down Alt on my keyboard on my PC or Option on my Mac and click so as to clip mask this layer to this layer. So our painting will only show on this layer. So let's select this layer and start to paint. Let's choose this and let's paint and see. Now we can see that it's only appearing on this layer right here. Okay, perfect. So I'll just reduce this and just little strokes actually. Okay, I'm actually painting on this layer and I shouldn't be painting on this layer, I should be painting on this layer. So I'll just undo, select, undo. You can see that we still have some of the strokes. So select this layer and paint. Yeah, paint. And we can see this sharp line. So for this sharp line, I'll just create a layer mask here and hit X to select my black as my foreground color and just kind of erase some of these sharp lines. Okay, perfect. So we can see that we've added the shadow and we can furthermore reduce the opacity and even change the blending mode if we want. So I'll just reduce the opacity and yeah, that's perfect. So we have this subtle shadow going on here and we can add the shadow behind the hand. Okay, perfect. So for this, I'll just select my layer and then hit B for my brush and just add it. Just softly, and we see that it's too much, so we're just going to add it. We're just going to reduce the size of our brush and add it like this. Perfect. And for this, we can reduce the opacity. Perfect. So we're casting shadows here, we're casting shadows here, and finally we want the head to cast shadows on this shape here. Okay, on this one. Okay, perfect. So we're just going to create a new layer on top and take our brush tool and start painting some shadows. And just reduce our opacity. Perfect. Control 0 or Command 0 to zoom out, and yeah, so this is just incredible. And this is another application of our 3D mixer brush effect here in Photoshop. And with this, we've come to the end of our video, and see you in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. So in this homework, I want you to create this effect with a different image. So come to File, come to Open, come to your folder, and you see this beautiful blonde woman image. So just bring in the image and we are going to replicate this effect on this image that's using this image. Okay, so we can see how colorful her dress is, and this means you can come up with something really interesting. Okay, so just go ahead and work on it, share your files with me. I would love to see what you achieve. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey there, welcome back. In this homework, I want you to create this effect. Okay, so go ahead and get some text, trace it out using your path, and create this effect. Give it a background just like I did here, and just maybe give it multiple backgrounds, maybe the black one like we did here, and one with the gradient. So just be creative with the whole thing, okay? I'm not trying to box you here. Just use your creative discretion and come up with something incredible. Kindly share your files with me. I would love to see what you achieve. And that will round it up for this module. See you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. In this module, you'll learn how to create and edit videos in Adobe Photoshop. You'll learn how to edit videos, do simple animations, add text, transitions, and other effects to your videos, all in Photoshop. Kindly download the attached project files for this module before you continue, and please reach out to me via message or in the Q&A section if you have any questions. I would love to make this course a 5-star experience for you. See you in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome back. So in this module we are learning about video editing in Photoshop. So when you hear of Photoshop, your mind never goes to video editing, but yeah, the reality is Photoshop is so big of a software that you can actually edit videos in it. It has features for video editing and even animation. Okay, and that's what we're going to be looking at in this video. In this video we're going to be editing a video in Photoshop. So go ahead and come to File, Open, go to your folder, and in your folder you're going to see that in the folder 11, Moving Pictures in Adobe Photoshop, you're going to see this video, the children playing, and then Happy Girl. Okay, so you can select the both of them and just open. You can open them or you can drag them into Photoshop. Now it opens in Photoshop and you get this new panel. Let me just make this smaller, so click and drag. So you get this new panel, we call it the timeline. Okay, so this is what enables us to edit our video in Photoshop. Okay, so this is the first video, that's the Happy Girl video. I'm just going to drag it to this side and go to the next one, which is the children playing video. Now I want to bring this other video in here, so I'll just click and drag into this place and drop it, and it's just going to go ahead and add the video after the girl video. Okay, so I'll just reposition it properly. Perfect. And with video editing we get to use the same tools we have as for editing normal photos. Okay, so it means we can go ahead and take our crop tool, for example, and just crop out our video. Okay, just make it this size like this, hit OK. Perfect. So when you want to edit videos, when you're editing videos in Photoshop, you get under your layers panel, you get this video group. Okay, so it puts in our videos in a group. So this is our video group. We can close this group, we can off the group or hide it to unsee our videos. Okay, and we can enable it to see our videos. We can do a whole lot of other things. Okay, we can even add layer masks to our video layers. So I will just undo this because that's not what we are going to look at now. We get the timeline. Now in this timeline we can actually zoom in and zoom out using this this slider here. So we can zoom in to our timeline, okay, and zoom out from our timeline. So I'll just zoom in a bit. Perfect. And then we have this which shows us the frame rate. Okay, so it's 25 frames per second. Now each frame is just an image. Okay, so whenever we have a video playing, a video actually makes up a certain number of pictures which are arranged and played at once. Okay, so it means, let's see, let me just explain this. We have our time here. Now we have this as an image. If I just move my time to the next frame, for example, okay, or to the next position, so let me just zoom this in a bit. So if I move this, you are going to see another image, another image, another image, another image, another image. Okay, so these are different images of this one girl, and we can actually separate these frames, so we have them as separate images. So for a video to play out, these images have to be arranged or stacked upon each other along a timeline. Okay, so for 25 frames per second, it means in each second we have 25 pictures, 25 images. So for a 1 minute video, it means we're going to have 25 videos times 60, okay, because there are 60 seconds in 1 minute. So it means we're going to have those certain number of images for 1 minute, okay. So the higher the frame rate, the smoother the movement, okay. But that's just by the way, that's just a crash course on frames per second, okay, or frame rates. Now we have the frame rates, we have the duration, we have this button here. We're going to look at this later on. We have where we could play, we could go back, and so on and so forth. Now in order to cut my video, now I just want to cut my video. Now for you to know, Photoshop is not the ideal software for video editing. We have the software we call Adobe Premiere Pro, which is solely made for video editing, and even After Effects, Adobe After Effects, which is made for more advanced effects, video effects, and also for animation, okay. Now we can just click here and bring our timeline to where we want to cut. You bring our time to where we want to cut, and then just go ahead and click on this scissors icon, and we can cut our image into two. Now we can see that we have a second layer with copy added to it. Now we can just delete this to make our video shorter, and maybe even cut the first video a bit to make it even shorter. Okay, I'll just zoom out, or zoom in rather. Perfect. So I'll make this, say, this long, okay, almost 10 seconds. So I'll just cut here and delete this guy, and then cut here also around here, okay. So just make your video something like this, okay, just about 20 seconds long. So we can see 20 here, so 20 something seconds long, okay. So 21 seconds, you can see it here. Perfect. We can now, let's play our video. So we can play our video, and now we see that our video is playing in Photoshop. Isn't that amazing? That's amazing. Okay, now our video doesn't have any sound, so we can add a sound. We can add sound to our video. So we can just come here, click here, and then add sound, add audio, and in our layer we're gonna have this file, okay, this MP3 file. We call this free background music. It's a free background music I downloaded from YouTube, I think, or one of those sites where we get free music. So I'll just click here to cut out the remaining parts of the video, and we can actually delete this part. And now let's play our video. Okay, so I want to trim it furthermore. I want to cut it around here because we have some silence here which I don't want. So I'll just click and drag my video to extend the length, okay, my audio rather. So now I'll play, and I'm using my spacebar key on the keyboard to play. Just reduce the volume, and perfect. I love this. And furthermore, we can add some more effects. Now if I click on my video and right click, we see these options. Now we have this option for video and this option for audio. We can add some effect to the, or rather we can edit the video. We can edit the duration and the speed of the video. Okay, we can make this slower. We can make it a slow motion by reducing the speed, or we could make it faster by increasing the speed and also the duration. Okay, and we have the audio. It means if our video had a sound, we could reduce the volume of our audio. We could also fade it in or fade it out. Okay, perfect. Now that works for videos, and we also have some options for audios. Okay, it means we can fade in our audio and fade out our audio. So I'll just fade in my audio and fade out my audio just a bit, and maybe reduce the volume to like 80%. Okay, so let me play it again. So now we can see that it's now fading in. Okay, it's fading in. So it's starting from very little volume and then to the normal volume. And when trying to play your video, at first it won't play smoothly normally because it's trying to buffer, it's trying to render that change. Okay, the change you just applied, so it's trying to render it. So when it renders it, you see that this blue line, this one here, gets completed, and if you play the second time, you get to have a smoother play. You see, so it's smoother now. Perfect. So we've been able to apply the fade in and fade out. Let me just try the fade out. So we see it's fading out. Our sound is also fading out. Perfect. Now we can add more things to our video. We can come here and add transitions. Okay, so we have different transitions. We have the fade with black, fade with white. I'm just going to add the fade with white in the beginning. So I'll just drag it and drop it at the beginning of my video, so we see that it fades from white to our video. Okay, so I'm going to do same with the transition between this video and this video. So just come here, click, and fade with white. So fade with white, I'll just make sure I'm placing it in between our videos. Perfect. Now just zoom in. Now we can click on our transition, on our fade transition. Okay, this is the effect. So we can click and make it even longer, so we can increase the duration, okay, on our videos. So you see we've increased the duration. That's one thing we can do. So for the end here, I'll just add a fade out, or maybe a fade with black. So fade with black, so that we have it fade into black. Perfect. So you see, these are kind of the basic things, very basic things you would want to do in video editing, okay, when editing your videos. Okay, so Photoshop editing, video editing has a bit of shortcomings as compared to, of course, the professional way of editing, which is using Premiere Pro. Okay, so things like easing in and easing out are things we don't get to have here in Photoshop. Okay, so we don't have ease in and ease out, and these effects kind of make our animation smooth. Okay, so we also have this button here which allows us to see the resolution. Okay, so we can increase the resolution of our playback to 100, which will make it play on 100% resolution, but of course it's going to tax our systems very much. And we have other resolutions. We have 50%, we have 100%. So basically these are very basic things you can do here in Photoshop. Okay, so you can add a video maybe or a file by clicking here and then just adding. So you see that we can add an audio file, you can add an MP4, MP3, whatever type of file, a Photoshop file, into our timeline. Perfect. So this is just a very basic stuff. Now I'm going to add text, so I'll pick my text tool, my horizontal text tool, and just click and add. Now you see that it's just added our text behind our video, right? So I'm just going to type in happiness. So I'll just align my text to the center, and I'll just click on my layer now and drag it up, so it's now on top of my video. So we see that we've been able to create this guy on its own layer. So I'll just drag it here, and we can see that our happiness text is now on our video. Perfect. So while clicking on my text, I'll just make this 150. Okay, 150. Or let's see 200. Let's try 180 first. So 180. Well, let us make this 200. To 200. I think 200 is perfect. Yeah, so 200 is good. Now it means we can add layer styles, we can do a whole lot of other things which we've learned from past videos, right? We can make whatever changes we want here. Okay, that's to our text. Okay, but we want to keep things very simple, because the more we add things, the more taxing this will be on our computer, because video is a whole different ball game. So if we click here, we get to see some options. Now we see the transform option, we see the opacity, the style, the text, warp. Now I just want to explain what this kind of stopwatch icon does. Now this stopwatch icon enables us to animate. okay, it enables us to animate our text. So we can set the keyframe. So let's say from the beginning of this time, or at this time, we want our transform properties to be this particular properties. That's this size, this rotation, or this angle of rotation, this scale, this whatever. Okay, now all we need to do is to take this to the next place we want to have a change, to maybe here, and we will now say at this point we want our transform to have this properties. So we want to transform our scale to these properties while maintaining the same position and the same rotation. Okay, so I'll just click OK, and we can see that Photoshop has created a new keyframe for us here. So this is what we call a keyframe. So I'll just bring my keyframe to this point. Now see what happens. If I play my video, we then see that we now have our happiness scaling up to this size. Okay, and then it ends where our keyframe ends. Okay, so let me just bring this keyframe here so that you see that it ends here. So if the video keeps playing, we see that the size doesn't change any longer because our keyframe ends here. Okay, so that's what keyframing does. Now softwares like After Effects and Premiere Pro take this whole keyframe thing to the next level. In fact, this is the basis of keyframing animation. Okay, keyframing type of animation. Yeah, so that's basically how this thing works. So for our opacity, right now I'm just going to create a keyframe on our opacity, and here I'm just going to make our opacity 0%. So I'll just go a little bit in time and make our opacity 100%, 100. And then I'll just come to this place, and we want to maintain our opacity before bringing it back to 0%. So what we need to do is we need to click on the add or remove keyframe at this point. So we need to add this keyframe. We are basically copying and pasting this particular keyframe here, okay, because we haven't changed the value for opacity along this path, okay, along this time. So all we need to do is to then come to where we want our opacity to finish and make this 0%. So enter. Now we see that we started from 0 opacity, we now moved to 100, and we maintained 100 till this point, and then ended it here. Okay, ended it here basically. So you see, that's how keyframing works. Now I can just close this, and now we have our video. So we have happiness. Okay, so zoom out, and I want to right now duplicate my layer. So my happiness layer, I'll just click on it and bring it here and release. Now I've created a duplicate, and I want to just move my duplicate here to this point. Okay, this point here. Perfect. At this point, I just want to type is free. Okay, so happiness is free. Perfect. So we have happiness is free. That's the message we're trying to pass here. Happiness is free. So just try to be happy, okay? Perfect. Now the next thing we'll do is we're going to add an adjustment, or we are going to do some adjustments, some color adjustment. First things first, we want to add the vibrance adjustment layer. So I want this to affect only my video, so I'll just drag it into the video folder, and I'll just increase my vibrance to make my colors pop. Okay, so 64% vibrance is looking good, or let's say 74% or 73%, looking perfect. Now it's a bit too much here, so maybe let's maintain 64%. Perfect. So 64% is just good. And then next, I'll just add my color lookup. So just go ahead and add my color lookup, and I'll just bring it into my folder here. Perfect. So for my color lookup, I'll just choose a certain look. Let's just scroll down to see different looks. Let's see this one. So let's reduce the opacity and let's change the blended mode. The difference is not our guy. Let's see soft light. Yeah, let's just maintain soft light. It's perfect. So we are not going to add more effects so that our video doesn't get too heavy. So I'll just go ahead and save my file. So Ctrl S and save my file. So I'll just save this as happiness video and save. Perfect. Now we have our video all edited. We have our adjustment layers, we have our text layers, we can even add shape layers, right? We can add shape layers to just work like these are the layers. Okay, we have our groups, so everything is just perfect. And if we want, we could add more and more things. Okay, we could do levels adjustments, we could do curves adjustments, we could do everything we've basically learned in Photoshop so far. Okay, we could do everything here in video. Okay, but it means everything will then be heavier, okay, because videos carry more weight or are more demanding on our computers. Now when we are done with this, the next thing to do is to save or rather to export our video. So we can export our video by just clicking on this icon. So click here and we can just do a quick export. Now we have the file name, we can choose the location, we have our location here, we can do okay, and then basically we want our format to be this H.264. Now this name is just another name for MP4. Okay, so it's just going to give you an MP4 format, which is the perfect quality to play on most devices and on the web. So we have the presets. You could choose a high quality preset, a low quality preset, different other presets. Okay, so I'll just make sure I choose the high quality preset. We have the document size, that's the frame size of our document, and we have the frame rate. We don't want to change this. We have basically these are all the settings you need to worry about. You don't need to change any other thing here. So just click render, and Photoshop will take its time to render our video, and I'll see you when our rendering is done. So our video is done rendering, and we're going to just play our video right now to see what we created. Okay, so this is our video, happiness, and I'll just double click it to play it. Yeah, so this is basically video editing in Photoshop, and that brings us to the end of this video on video editing. Now you know how to edit videos. Go ahead and do some video editing. Go ahead and experiment with brushes, with effects, different effects. Okay, I would love to see what you come up with. Okay, so see you guys in the next video where we'll be covering more on video and especially animation. Okay, so see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back yet again on our video on videos and animation in Photoshop. So go ahead and open your folder, and in our folder we can see that our file is now set to audio because of the previous video. Now I just want to select all formats here, so we see all formats. I'll just make this big or large. Now in our folder I want you to go ahead and select the parallax image and also the sky image and also the UFO image and click open. Perfect. Now you see this is a UFO image, this is a PNG image basically, so we have no background, and this is a sky image like we know, and this is our parallax image. Now this parallax image is basically a mountain or a rock which I've cropped. Okay, so I've removed the background and we just have this, and we're going to create a parallax effect, okay, using these elements. Now just go ahead and bring in my sky. Okay, bring in my sky, and I'll make sure this is a smart object, and also my UFO. So bring in my UFO and also make sure it's a smart object. So convert to smart object, and I'll just scale this guy down and hide him for now. For my sky, I'll bring my sky. Now I'll just make sure my auto select is on, and I'll bring down my sky. I'll bring my sky below my layer. Okay, below my rock layer. Now just scale my sky. Perfect. Now I can maybe make my sky a bit brighter, and I'll just take the go to images rather, and then adjustments, and let's see curves. Okay, so let's do some curves adjustment. I'll just click the hand handle here and then just come here and try to make this brighter, a bit brighter. Okay, let me just do this also. Perfect. Yeah, I think this is just good. Okay, so I want to create a parallax effect, and the parallax effect is basically a video with multiple objects moving at different speeds. Okay, they are moving at different speeds, so they could be scaling, they could be moving. Okay, does some movements but at different speeds. First of all, I'll just go to image size and kind of reduce my image because this image is really large. Okay, our image size is really big, so I'll just make this 1920. So 1920 by 1920, we can see that it's a square image. So click OK. Perfect. Now just zoom in and make this smaller. Okay, so it's just a very simple animation. I just want the mountains and the sky to be moving, but all at different speeds, speeds basically. So go ahead and bring in my timeline. Okay, so go to Windows and then timeline, so that will bring up our timeline, and we have our timeline empty. Okay, now we can just click here to create video timeline. So we can click. Now we have all our layers here now turned into a video. Now we can go ahead and start creating our animation. First of all, I'll just hide this guy and I'll start with my mountain, and I just want to make this mountain scale bigger. Okay, so I'll just come here, maybe move my mountain a bit lower, and I'll maybe scale it even lower. Okay, and then open my options here, click on transform and create a keyframe, and then go in time and make my my transformation. So I'll just make this bigger. Okay, and I want this to be this big, and I also want to just move it a bit to the right hand side to make sure I am having a more centered alignment. So I'll just hit OK, and we can see that we have a new keyframe. Now just play to see what we created. Now, like I said before, when you play the first time, the movement is not going to be very smooth, like we can see here. Okay, so it takes some time to buffer or to render our animation, and then when you play the second time, it now gets better. So this happens even in Premiere Pro and After Effects. Yeah, so just be patient for our video to play out first, and then we can see the change properly. So I'll just leave it here, and now I'll just play it now to see what we created. Yeah, so this is what we created. It looks perfect to me. I'll just extend our keyframe down to the end of our timeline. We can see our timeline is just about 5 seconds, really, just about 5 seconds. Just 4 seconds, 29 milliseconds. And yeah, so the next thing we'll do is animate our sky. So for the sky, I'll just select my sky, and first of all, I'll just rasterize my sky first to apply the image, and then turn it back to a smart object. So smart objects convert to smart object. Perfect. Now I'll just go ahead and create my keyframe. To open the options and set the keyframe, then move back in time and we don't want this to move as fast as our mountain, okay, because the sky usually doesn't move that much. Okay, so the sky movement is really not that observable. So let's just make a little movement. So let's allow everything to play now, and we'll see what we created later on. Okay, so let's see what we have. Okay, so this is what we have, and I like what we have. So I kind of feel that our sky is even moving faster than it should. So I'll just reduce the speed by a bit. So I think this is perfect. Yeah, so the next thing we'll do is animate our UFO. So we want our UFO to be coming from behind our mountain. So so first of all, I'll just do the animation in front of our mountain before moving the layer down. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and close this and close this, and then open my layer 3, which is my UFO. Now I'll just position this properly and scale it even lower, and now I just want it to start from here. Maybe scale it even lower. And since it's a smart object, of course, we are not going to be losing any details. So select my UFO and create a keyframe. So create a keyframe transformation from the start, and then I'll just come to maybe 1 second and bring it up. Okay, bring it up, and I also want to scale it and maybe rotate it a bit. Perfect. And the next thing I will do is make it bigger. That's going this much in time. Make it bigger, rotate it a bit to this side, and then even take it a bit higher, and perfect. Next we just so we want it to basically be hovering on the sky, right? So we just want to maintain little rotations and little scaling, and yeah, little transformations and so back and forth movements basically. So scale it down a bit, and I think we should even extend this keyframe to this point, and then we want to have a very sharp declining. Okay, so it means we want to make it go back and also want to rotate it a bit while going back, so, and also scale it down while going back. Okay, so we just have it go down very quickly. Okay, so we want to have it go down very quickly, just between here and here. Perfect. So I'll just click my layer and bring it below my mountain. Now we have it below our mountain. Now let's play and see what we've got. Yeah, so our video just finished rendering. Now just play it to see what we created. Play. Perfect. So this is a very simple animation, and this is just for you to understand what is achievable with Photoshop. So I'll just go ahead and save this. I've saved it in the same PSD file, that's the Parallax PSD file. Now I can close this and close it, and I'll just even export this, export or render it as MP4. So Photoshop will just take its time to render our video, and we'll be back after it's done. Yeah, so our video is done rendering, and let's just go and see what we created. This is our Parallax video. It's 20 MB, as you can see. So this is what we created. Simple, classy animation. Yeah, so every file will be made available in the folder for you, so you can go in and see what I did personally. Now that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello there, welcome back. So this homework is on videos and animations in Photoshop, and I want you to go ahead and create an animation. And this homework is quite different from the previous ones we've had, in the sense that I want you to just go out and be all creative. I don't want to limit you in this video, so I haven't provided you with any files for this homework. I haven't provided you with anything, any concept. I just want you to use the knowledge we've learned so far on video and animations and create something stunning, something outstanding. Okay, just like the parallax effect we created, even though I'm not limiting you to the parallax effect, so you can create whatever you feel like creating. You can go online and search for ideas of simple animations you can create with Photoshop. Okay, so just go online and get ideas and come up with something really amazing. I just want to see the diverse things you all will create. Yeah, so go ahead and do this homework, and I would love to see what you come up with. So share your files with me. I would love to see what you create. So that's it for this one, guys. See you in the next one. Bye bye. In this module, you'll learn how to use the AI features in Adobe Photoshop. You'll learn how to work with the generative fill and generative expand feature to create impressive compositions. You'll learn how to work with neural filters to change expressions, transfer makeup from one image to another, to add color to black and white images, and more. Kindly download the attached projects files for this module before you continue, and please reach out to me via message or in the Q&A section if you have any questions. I would love to make this course a 5-star experience for you. See you in the next video. Hey there, and welcome to AI in Adobe Photoshop. Now, AI is a real big thing now in the world, and many companies have been integrating AI into their products, some in very obvious ways and some in very subtle and not so obvious ways. And Adobe has done the same. It has integrated AI into its products, into Photoshop as well. And Photoshop uses AI in a lot of features. Some are not so obvious, you might not even know, but others are really obvious. Okay, so for example, we have a new feature called the generative fill and the generative expand. Some of these are the very obvious ways Photoshop has or Adobe has integrated AI in Photoshop, and we are going to look at these features right now. In this video, we're going to learn about the generative fill and the generative expand. Okay, so go ahead and open your folder, and in your folder on AI in Photoshop, you're going to see this image which is called Cracked. So select the image and click open. Perfect. Now this is our image, and we're going to use this image to demonstrate or to show you what is achievable with AI in Photoshop. So this is my contextual bar. I'm just going to bring it here, and I'll just go ahead and pin it to this location. So pin bar position, perfect, so that it doesn't keep fooling us. Okay, it's always here. Now if I take my selection tool, let's take my lasso tool, and with my lasso tool, if I just come on my image and draw a selection, I'm going to see this generative fill on my contextual bar. Now if I click here, I can go ahead and type in the prompt, and it's going to try its best to generate what I have typed. Or if I just want to say delete a feature, okay, I could just maybe, okay, let's just come back to let's just go back to our folder and bring in another image. So go to folder, open, and then let's bring in this second image, this landscape, and let's try to see if there's something we could remove from this image. So let's say we want to remove this little wood. Okay, so all you need to do is just select it and just hit generate. Okay, hit generate, and without typing in any prompt, you can just replace this with something else. Okay, maybe it's gonna just replace it with a similar surrounding. Okay, so that's one thing you can also do with AI. You can replace things. It can just work similar to the remove tool. As you can see, we have totally removed that piece of wood. Now it gives us 3 variations, so you can click here to see the variations. Now you see that the second variation also doesn't have the wood, and so also the third variation. So it has created a new layer and covered our wood, like you can see here. Okay, so I just hit the layer. Now I've brought it back, and you can see that we have no wood here. Now the layer has this thumbnail, okay, with these stars, and this shows us that this is an AI generated image. Okay, now we're going to come back to this image later on, but let's now create something. So let's just take our lasso tool and do a selection. So I'm just going to select this, and now I want to create something that looks like an oasis. Okay, so let me just redo my selection. So now I'm doing my selection like this. So I've selected parts of the image. Now I'm just going to type oasis. So oasis is basically a body of water, kind of in a desert, something like a desert. Okay, so let's just give it time to create an oasis for us. Okay guys, so we can see that it created an oasis, something that looks like an oasis for us, even though I don't like this version it created. So let me just go through all the variations and see. So I'll just click here to see the other variation. So we see this is a better variation. Okay, this is a better variation, and this is also better than the first. So we can see how it's figured out the reflections, how it's managed to calculate the direction of lighting, and how everything looks really realistic. So if I zoom in, you can see the details, right? You can see the details. So this is showing you how incredible Photoshop is. Now I'm just going to go ahead and generate another one. So I'll just hit generate. Now I can come to my properties panel. Now under my properties panel, you're going to see that while having our AI layer selected, you're going to see the prompt, and you're going to see the variations, right? So we can click and click and click. Now just go ahead and delete this guy and delete this guy also, and I'll just click generate to give us more options. It created this variation. I don't really like this. We have this other one. Okay, this is also better than this one, and we have this one. So you see guys, we are to choose between this and this, basically. So this and this. So I'll just go with this one. I'll just delete these other ones, maybe just leave this one. So we'll go with this one. So we've created the first thing, and now we can even add other things. Okay, we can add other things. So let's select here. So let's select on the sky, and let's just type in a prompt. So let's say crashing plane. So crashing plane. So we want to create the image of a plane that's crashing. Okay, that's crashing, let's say from the sky into our environment. So let's give it some time, and it's going to create our image. Okay, so we can see what it generated for us. I don't like this. Let's see other variations. This is another variation. This is another one, and let's just hit generate to create even more. I prefer this last one, so maybe I'll delete this one. So let's delete this one. Let's just keep the two, and let's generate to have even more options. Okay, so let's see the other ones. So this is one of them. I don't like this. This is one of them. This is better. This is okay, so we can spend all day generating and generating and generating, and just keep generating. Okay, so but we want to really save time. We might not have the luxury of time to see all that is possible. Okay, all the variations that are possible to generate. So I think we'll continue from here, or maybe hit generate one more time. Let's give it one more try. So just hit generate one more time and see what it's going to come up with. And right here you can see that it keeps giving us tips, different tips on how to use this feature even better. So like this tip, it says you can write a prompt in more than 100 different languages. So you can write a prompt in more than 100 different languages. Now this is another variation. Let's look at this. Okay, I think I'll just go with this one. It's generated here, this one. Okay, so let's just go with this one. Let's forget the rest, and from here on we can say okay, let's ask it to generate some smoke for us. Okay, so that it looks like there is smoke coming out of our plane, right? So let's see, maybe let's draw from the engines, right? So from the engines, so let's see smoke, generate, and then smoke. We hit generate. Okay, so we can see the smoke is created. It tried, but we definitely can have better. So let's see other variations. We can see this is better, and this is even better. This is even way better. Okay, some black smoke coming out of the engine of our plane. So let's just delete these other ones. Let's try creating one other one here and see if it's possible. So let's see. So smoke one more time. You can just hit return or enter on your keyboard, and it's gonna still work instead of always hitting generate. Okay, so we have these variations. Let's see the other ones. So these are not as accurate as this one here. So you know what, I don't want us to waste all our time trying to create smoke, so we'll just go ahead and use this one. At least we have this one that looks better, right? Perfect. So the next thing we are going to do is create something that looks like a faraway forest around here. So just make a selection like this. Let's see, far away forests. Enter. Okay, so let's look at the variations. So we have the first one. It didn't create forest, it just created things that look like birds, I think. Okay, so this is the second one, and it's basically give us the same thing. Okay, it didn't work this time, so we can see that it's not very perfect. Okay, it's not perfect, it's a work in progress. I think they'll keep updating, and it's going to keep getting better as they update. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So you might not get exactly what you're looking for, but this feature has a lot of use cases, and we're going to look at a lot of them in this module. Okay, so let's just hit generate one more time, and if it doesn't work, we're just going to discard the forest and just create other things. Okay, let's see the variations. This is the first, this is the second, and this is the third. I think this is better, so let's just keep this one. It could be better, but let's just work with this. Okay, we can't waste all our time on forests. Okay, on the forest, on the faraway forest. So let's zoom out to see what we've created. The next thing we'll do is try to create a cloud. So let me just select around here. Let's say cloud, and enter. Okay, so it has created a cloud for us. Let's see the second one. We see what it created. I don't even know what this is, but I guess that's what we get with AI. And we have the third one. This one looks way better. Okay, it looks way better. Let me just hide this and see before and after. Yeah, this looks way better. So this or this. So let's just skip this one and delete these ones. Now the next thing we will do is create a vintage car. Okay, so let's just select around here. Let's make our selection a bit wider. Type in vintage car. So I want to create a vintage car. Hit enter and wait for Photoshop to do its magic. Okay guys, now we have our vintage car. I think I like this one. So let's see other variations. So the second variation, the third variation. Yep, these are good. Let me zoom in a bit. Yeah, I think we'll go with the first one. So this is just what we'll go with, and now we can see how pretty accurate this can be, or pretty amazing this AI can be, right? So without importing any image, without doing anything, just by typing a prompt, we have been able to add a crashing plane, a forest, a faraway forest, an oasis, and a vintage car to our scene. So let's look at before and after. Okay, perfect. Now the next thing I want to do is just explore generative expand with you. So for generative expand, we only need to take the crop tool. So hit C or select the crop tool here, and all you need to do is expand your canvas how you would want it. So just expand it. Okay, expand it. So I'm holding down Alt or Option on the Mac and then expanding. Okay, so I want to expand it like this. Now you need to come here where it says fill, then click, and you're going to see yours should be set to background or default. Then you're going to see two other options, which is generative expand and content aware fill. Okay, now you want to choose generative expand. So select generative expand and hit OK and commit your changes. Now Photoshop is going to do its magic in the background and generate different variations for your background. Okay, so sit back and wait for Photoshop to do its magic. Perfect. Isn't this incredible? Now this is incredible. Now we can see how Photoshop has totally generated the remaining parts of our image. Okay, it's matched the sky, matched the ground, and we have two other variations. Okay, so let's look at the other ones we have. Now we see this one, and it even created something that looks like a, what would I call this now? Okay, just cool. So yeah, this is what we get. Let's look at the third variation, and we can keep generating and generating and generating and generating. Okay, we can keep generating and generating and generating. Okay, so I'll just keep this one. I will use this one, and now we've basically explored the power of generative fill and generative expand. I'll just go ahead and save this, Control S, and save it as cracked. That's in the folder, so you can have access to it. And the next image we'll explore with is the landscape image. Okay, perfect. Now this is our landscape image. The first thing I want to do is use our generative expand to expand our image. So I'm just going to select my crop tool, hold down Alt, click and drag. Okay, and I just want to make this place longer. Okay, this is too long, and maybe just reduce the expand here, and maybe even expand up like this. Okay, so let's select generative expand and generate. Okay, or commit the changes. Let's wait for Photoshop to do its magic. Incredible, guys, incredible. Now we can see how Photoshop has automatically generated the remaining parts of our image. This is absolutely bananas. Now this is the first variation, this is the second variation, and this is the third variation. In fact, I don't know which one to choose from. These are all mind-boggling. Okay, these are all mind-boggling. Look at how perfectly it blended everything. Incredible. Photoshop is just something else. Really, Photoshop is just something else. Adobe really went all out for this. So the next thing I'll do is maybe take my lasso tool. Now I just want to generate a ship on the water. Okay, let's draw a selection like this and just type ship and enter. Okay guys, so we can see it has generated our ship. Let's zoom in and look at our ship. This is good. Let's look at other variations. This is also good, and this is also good. This is also good. In fact, I don't know which one to choose from, so I'll just go with the second one. Perfect. And we can even brighten up our layer, and I know it's going to be a little bit weird later on, so let's just Ctrl L to brighten it up with levels. Okay, so we've brightened up our layer, but we see the other places here are becoming too bright, so we can just use the mask it created. Okay, so we can just use this mask, select this mask, hit B, hit X, hit D, and make sure black is set to the foreground. And now we can start to paint around, okay, to blend in the parts that shouldn't be so bright. Perfect. Now this is just perfect. This is just incredible. Now I'll take my lasso tool once again, and I just want to make one last generation here. I want to generate the image of a dog. Okay, so the size of your selection should also relate to the image, right? If you want it this close, you should make a big selection like this. If you want it far away, you should make a smaller selection. So the size of your selection also matters. Okay, yeah, and also the shape of your selection. So if you make this kind of selection, it's going to try to create this kind of shape. Okay, so the shape of your selection should also matter. Like you see here, in order to create this, we had to make a selection that came like this and like this. Okay, and it kind of followed the shape of our selection. So for this, I'll just make my selection like this, and I'll just type dog, and enter, and wait for Photoshop to do its magic. Perfect, guys. So it has created an image of a dog playing in the grass. So let's look at other variations. Let's see this guy. Yeah, so I think I like this one better, and the dog looks quite big. So like I said before, the size of our selection also matters. So we can see, let's just isolate this layer and see. Yeah, so we can see that the size of our selection also matters. So the dog looks a bit too big. Okay, so we can go ahead and maybe reduce the size of our dog and then blend in the edges using our mask, but we won't just do all that. Okay, I'll just work with this one. This is just for demonstration purposes. Okay, we're not going to use this image for anything real, so I'll just go ahead and save this in the folder so you can have access to the source file. Perfect. And yeah, so these are what we created with Generative Fill and Generative Expand. And with this, we've come to the end of our introduction to AI Generative Fill and Generative Expand in Photoshop. See you in the next video. Bye bye. Hey there, welcome back. So in this one, we're going to learn yet another AI feature in Photoshop. Okay, now these are what we call neural filters. So go ahead and open the folder, and in your folder you are going to see this image, portrait 1. Okay, so select portrait 1 and bring it in. Perfect. Now this is a little portrait of this guy just here, right? Now select the image and then go to filters and then neural filters. Now this is neural filters, so click neural filters and neural filters will just load and open. Now these are AI features, so they might require or they require the internet to work at least at some point. Okay, they are now loaded. Now these are what we call the neural filters. Yours might have this kind of cloud icon on them. This means you have to download them. Okay, so you have to download them on your computer, and if yours requires downloading, you are going to see the option to download them, right? So you can click download and download as many of them. Now there are lots and lots of them. We have them under categories, right? We have the portraits, we have the creative, we have the color, we have the photography, we have the restoration. Okay, now all of these are neural filters, and we really won't look at all of them, okay, but they do different things. So under portrait, we're just going to try to skim through most of them and then look at a few of them in details, right? So we have the portrait, and then we have the skin smoothing. Now if you just click here, it's going to enable it, and this basically smoothens the skin. Okay, as you can see now, it has smoothened the skin. It just works like frequency separation, but I wouldn't say this is more accurate, because frequency separation does not just smoothen the skin, even though this one also maintains skin details, but it basically smoothing the skin. So you can increase the smoothness, okay, and you can see it processing now. You can see it processing, and the skin will be way smoother. You can even add some blur or reduce the smoothing. And basically, okay, let's try reducing the smoothing and see. Hey guys, so Photoshop ran into an error while looking at the neural filters, so I had to cancel out and resume again. Let's go back to neural filters. Yeah, so we were looking at the face smoothing, and we've basically looked at every other thing here. Okay, and yeah, we've looked at every other thing on the face smoothing. Now we were trying to look at reducing the smoothness before Photoshop ran into an error, right? So you can reduce the smoothness, and what you usually get is when you make an adjustment, it first of all processes your adjustment in the cloud, and when it's done processing in the cloud, it then continues processing it on your computer afterwards. Okay, so I'll just off the skin smoothing and let's look at the other ones. Now this is Smart Portrait. Smart Portrait is a really incredible, or will I say crazy feature. So what this guy does is it detects our face and gives us the ability to increase the happiness or reduce the happiness of our character, increase the facial age, the hair thickness, the eye direction, and several other features. Okay, even the even expressions like surprise, like anger, like head direction, and so on and so forth. So we're going to look at all of these in this video. Now for the happiness, let's try to give it more happiness. So you can see that it's processing in the cloud right now. So let's give it some time to process in the cloud. Yeah, so the processing is over, and as you can see, we now have our guy smiling, or being more happy, or being happier. So let's reduce the happiness so you can see what we had before. Now you can see that it's processing on the device now because it's done processing on the cloud, so it's going to be faster now. Now you can see the change. So this is what we had before, and this is what we now have with increased happiness. So let's try to boost up the happiness to the highest, right, and see. So let's try boosting up the happiness to 50, and let's see what we get. Yeah, you can see that he's totally smiling now. His teeth are out. So this is what you get with the full happiness. Now let's increase the facial age. Let's increase his age. So this is what we get. Okay, let's try making it 50. Let's see. Yeah, so he definitely looks older here. Let's make him look younger. Yeah, so you can see he looks way younger here. Reduce the age one more time. Yeah, so what I figured out is when we use the extremes, it takes quite longer to process. Okay, so we just want to keep the values lower than the extremes. So for hair thickness, of course, it's going to increase the thickness of the hair, and for eye direction, it's going to change the direction of our eyes, of his eyes. Okay, yeah, so you can see the hair thickness got increased, and let's change the direction of the eyes and see. So the eye direction doesn't work so well on this image, but I've seen it work on better images, okay, images that have the eyes looking more conspicuous. As for this one, it's not giving us a good eye direction change, so we're just going to leave this as 0, and it's looking kind of weird. It's not looking as good as the original eyes, right? Yeah, it's not looking as good as the original eyes. So let's just leave the eye direction. Let's look at before and after. So if you just come here to this button, you can check before and after. Before and after, you can see the incredible changes we got. So let's try changing some expressions. Let's increase his surprise expression. So if you can see what we get, let's increase the anger. Maybe reduce the surprise. Yeah, so you can see he's more angry now. So you can see he's more angry. He's very angry right now. So I would say this image is probably not the best image to have selected for this feature, for this smart portrait feature, because it's really not a good portrait, to be honest. If it were a good portrait, this eye direction will have worked. Okay, a good portrait is probably one that has our features very clear, very conspicuous, and then have maybe the size not showing the chest like this. Okay, but I think we can manage and look at the other features. You can go ahead and use a better portrait next time and experiment these settings with. So the head direction will change our head direction. Let's look at what it does. So it's changing our head direction. Wow. Yeah, so let's just zoom in. We can see some artifacts happening here. There's some distortions. Some of these things we can go ahead and fix them later on using our photo manipulation techniques. Okay, so this is what we got for hair direction. We have fixed hair alignment, so we can fix the head alignment rather, and then the light direction. Okay, so all of these things are possible with AI in Photoshop. Okay, so we won't just spend time looking at all of these once, but this is what we get with them. So we have settings and we can retain unique details. If we push this to 100, it's going to try as much as possible to retain the unique details of the image. Okay, that's very obvious. And then we have the mask feathering and so on and so forth. You can also rate the results so that Adobe will be able to improve their products. Perfect. So this is what we get with Smart Portrait, and we can go ahead and output our changes. We can output it on the current layer, we can output our changes on a new layer, on a smart object, on a new document, on a new layer masked. So let's always choose the smart filters because it's going to create a smart object, and it means we can go back and make changes. Okay, so you see this is before and this is after. It's processing. Yeah, and this is the after. So let's go ahead and bring in another image. So let's bring in this image, Portrait 4, and open. Perfect. So I think this image will be perfect for the eyes. Okay, for the eye direction, since it has a better portrait, it's capturing the entire head. Okay, so let's open our image and try using the smart portraits on it. Yeah, so let's look at the eye direction. Eye direction. Change the eye direction, and let's wait for our image to process in the cloud. Perfect, guys. So you can see the eye direction has changed now. So this is what we had before. You can see the eyeballs moving, and this is what we have after changing out the eye direction. Okay, so this is how perfect this thing works with a very good portrait. Okay, perfect. So that's just what I wanted to show you on the smart portrait. So I'll just off this particular filter, and let's look at makeup transfer. Just hit here to on the filter. Now makeup transfer transfers a makeup from one image into another image. So just click here to open the image you want to select. Okay, so let's select this image, girl with makeup 1, and use this image. Now it's going to transfer the makeup from this image to this image. Now you can see that. Okay, let's look at before. This is before, and as you can see, she didn't have the lipstick, she didn't have this other thing here. That's the eye, whatever you guys, you girls, you ladies wear rub on your eye. Yeah, she didn't have that thing. I don't know the name, sorry. So but this is after. Now it's giving us the lipstick, it's giving us this other thing on the eyes. And basically transferred the makeup from this image to this image. Incredible. Let's look at let's try other images. So when you open the folder, it always selects the PNG format. Maybe that works better, but you can always go back, come here and change it to JPEG, so we can see our JPEG images. Now let's select this one, hit open, and yeah, you can now see that it has basically transferred our makeup from this image to this image. This is before and this is after. So this can be a very easy and quick way of saving time as photographers. Yeah, let's look at one more makeup. Let's look at this makeup girl too. Okay, perfect. So we can see it copied the lipstick, it copied the eye whatever, and she looks just like this girl here. So that's what you get with makeup transfer, and you have many other ones. You have the creative. Let's just click and then see what it does. So what this one does is magically transform a landscape by mixing with another image or changing attributes like time of day and season. Okay, so you can see what this one does. It basically works for our landscapes. So should we try it? Maybe we should try it. because we do have a landscape image here in our folder. So this image we used for the last video, click it and open. Yeah, so let's go ahead and apply our neural filters. So neural filters, and let's zoom out to visualize our image better or fully, and go to creative and landscape mixer, and then let's on our effect. So let's go ahead and start selecting some presets and see. So select this guy, and this feature is in beta, you can see here, so it means it might not really work well. So we can go ahead and select and then work on the features. Okay, so the slider here is for strength. So for our strength to be 100, it means it's going to apply the effect 100%. So this is what we now have with day. Let's increase the day. It's processing on device now. So we can see that we've taken our image and made it brighter by increasing the day slider. So let's increase the night slider and see what we get. Yeah, so we've turned our image to night. We've turned our image to night by increasing the night slider. Yeah, we have sunset, we have spring. Let's make it spring and see what we get. Yeah, this is spring. We can see that everywhere is blooming, looking green. Okay, let's make it 100. Yeah, this is what we get with spring. Let's choose autumn. Okay, let's see autumn, what we get with autumn. Yeah, so this is what we get with autumn. Yeah, and you can go on and on and on and on. Okay, I'll just cancel on this and go back to our portrait 4 so we can look at other ones. We might really not make changes this time. We just try to just skim through them and see what they do. Okay, so the style transfer, it transfers the mixture, color and style from a reference image or apply the style of a specific artist. Yeah, this is what it does. It can be helpful for artists. So you can see the preview here. We have the harmonize, which harmonizes two images. Okay, we have the color transfer, which transfers color from one image to another. We have the colorize, which turns our image into turns our black and white image into a colored image. Okay, and we're going to look at this, probably have an exercise on this. Okay, remember we learned how to change images, black and white images, to colors in this same course. So this is a quicker way to do that. Okay, might not be as accurate as our method, but it gives us incredible results also. And we have many other ones. We have the zoom, super zoom, which helps us zoom into our image and maintains quality. We have the depth blur, and which adds depth to our image by adding blur. We have the restoration. We can remove JPEG artifacts. We can remove imperfections on photos. You can see the preview here. It turned this old image into this clean looking image. Okay, so that's what we get with neural filters. So neural filters, I would say, are an incredible example of what AI can bring to the table. So that's it for this introduction on neural filters. Okay, so see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey there, welcome back. In this exercise, we are going to be exploring one more thing we can achieve using AI in Photoshop. Now, this is costume change. Okay, so go ahead and open your folder and bring in the image. Now, in your folder on AI in Photoshop, bring in this image, the bald man one. Okay, select the image and hit open. Perfect. Now, this is the image of a bald guy. Okay, he has some baldness, he has a beard, and then he has a shirt and a trouser, right? We are going to try to totally change his costume and see. So I'll just zoom in and then pick up my lasso tool, and now I'll first of all try to give him a hair. Okay, so all we need to do right now is just select the area which we want the hair to cover, then select part of his head, okay, and I think this is a decent selection. It's not too perfect. And basically type hair and hit enter or return. Yeah guys, so we see that Photoshop has generated some hair on our character. Let's go and see the variations. We have the first one and then we have this as the second one. This looks funny actually, and then we have this as the third variation. Okay, so this is the best out of all of them, but you know what, I'm going to regenerate some more variations. Okay, so I'll go ahead and hide this guy. So I'll do a new selection. Okay, so let's select like this, and okay, so let's type here one more time here and see what it gives us this time. Yeah, so we now have our first generation, and I think this is even better than the last one. Okay, let's see the other ones. We have, it's not looking good actually, and we have the third guy. So we just go ahead and use the first one and just delete these other ones. So under my properties, okay, let's just delete these ones and just stick to the first guy. Okay, perfect. So we can see that on the other layer we had this guy, and this guy. Okay, we just delete this one and let's just stick to the second layer, that's this one. Perfect. So now our guy has some hair. The next thing we will do is change his beard. Okay, let's give him a gray beard. Okay, so just select the beard carefully. Okay, I think I'll redo my selection. So select the beard. Okay, just like this. Okay, yeah, this will work. And of course, since it's selection, we can add to our selection or take away from our selection. So all we need to do is to either use this guy, okay, in order to add places to our selection. So we can do this and add to our selection. Right, let's add this part. Perfect. So now let's hit generate and let's see gray beard and hit enter or return. Yeah, so we have our next variations of gray beard. Now we can see some really weird thing going on here on the other ears. Let me just hide this. Yeah. So let's just look at the other variations. We have this other guy. This is looking not good, really not good. And we have this other one. It's looking absolutely not good. So this is even the better one. All right, so we can always hit generate and have different versions. Okay, but for the length of the video, I'm just going to manage this one. So I'll just manage this one, and then let's see if we can create some other stuff. So let's try changing his shirt. So select your lasso tool and start selecting around the shirt. So let's give him a suit. Okay, remember we can always add to our selection, so our selection at first must not be perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and select our add to selection tool here, if I'm permitted to call it that, and let's just add some parts so we can see that maybe we need to do a better selection here. Okay, yeah, so we've added this part. Let's add this part. Okay, let's zoom in a bit. Okay, and then now let's add Yeah, let's add here. Okay, I think I made a mistake here, so let's just add. Oh, I made a mistake again. I should have completed my drawing. Okay, yeah, so let's add this part again, and yeah, so let's maintain this selection, maybe add here also to the selection and zoom out, and then hit generate and then type suit. So we want to give him a suit, hit enter. Yes guys, so we have our guy wearing a suit. Okay, and this is pretty decent. Let's look at other variations. This is the next variation. This is also pretty decent. Yeah, and I think this is the best. This is the best variation. And really guys, this is a very, let's say, complicated scenario, because the shape of his body and his posture is really not that simple. Okay, so I've decided to go with this not so simple image, so you can see that even in complex situations like this, it's possible for Photoshop to do a good job, or a pretty good job. Okay, so we now have the hair, we have the gray beard, we have the suit, right? So one more thing we could do is, let's try removing the glasses. So let's try giving him no glasses. So let's do this and see. I don't know if this will work well, because this is a really tough one. Okay, select my tool here, and for this one, all we need to do is just type remove glasses, and hopefully it's gonna do a pretty decent job. Perfect. So Photoshop has removed the glasses for us, and it did a pretty decent job. This one looks really weird, but I think I prefer this one. So Photoshop has removed our glasses, or we had before, what we have now. So we can see that for it to actually go ahead and try to match the face and make it look like the original face, it's a pretty hard job to do, but it did it anyway. So that's the power of AI in Photoshop. Okay, perfect. So we can always go back and keep generating more and more variations. So let's say we are not happy with the gray beard, we can go back and hit generate, and it's going to generate newer versions and add to our variations. Okay, so we can keep doing that and generate more and more and more. So let's just wait and see the other variations it gives us for the beards. Hopefully they're going to be better. Hey, so it's generated some new variations for our beard. Now this is funny, and let's see the other one. This is also funny, and I think we'll just go with this guy. I think this is the better one, but of course you can always keep generating more and more variations, and hopefully you get even better ones. Right now, the next thing I want to do is do some generative expand. So I want to make the image bigger like this. So of course, go ahead and select your generative expand and hit generate, and hopefully it's going to do a good generation for us. Yes guys, so we've been able to now expand our canvas. This is what we had before, and this is what we have now. You can see that it's a pretty good expansion. Okay, pretty realistic. And basically guys, that's it for this video. You can go ahead and keep trying other parts, maybe change the trousers. I know it's going to be a difficult one, but you can go ahead and try it. It's always possible with generative AI. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and save this and hit save. And yeah, with that, we've come to the end of this exercise. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello there and welcome back. In this exercise, we're going to learn yet another application of AI in Photoshop. Okay, so go ahead and open your folder and bring in this image named Oil Paint 1. So select the image and open. Now we're going to use AI to turn our portrait here into an oil painting. Okay, so all we need to do is type in the prompt, right? Oil paint. So let's just try it this time. So select and see oil paint, and actually it's not gonna work. Oil painting, it's not gonna work, but let's try it anyways. So oil painting. Yeah guys, so we can see that it actually generated an oil painting for us, but it's not the oil painting of our image. So that's what I meant by it's not gonna work. So we can't generate oil painting of our image by just typing in oil painting. Okay, so we have to do something. Okay, so select this layer and just delete. Yeah, delete. Now what we need to do is we need to create an alpha channel of our image. So select your image and go to channels, and right on the channels you see all the channels, right? The RGB, the red, the green, and the blue. So you just come here and create a new channel, which is an alpha channel. Okay, now we have to do one more trick. We have to change the brightness of our alpha channel. How do we do that? All we need to do is to come here on our color picker, then set our foreground color. Okay, now we can see the HSB, right? So under B, which is the brightness, we can make this 30. So if we make this 30 and hit OK, and then the next thing we'll do is just fill in our layer, that's our alpha layer, with the foreground color. And what shortcuts do we hit for this? We use Alt and Backspace, or Option Delete on the Mac. So just Option Delete, and it's going to fill our layer with our foreground color. Okay, so when you do this, just go ahead and hold down Control or Command on the Mac and click here to select the alpha channel, and it's going to tell you that no pixels are more than 50% selected. The selection edge will not be visible. So it's just telling you that the selection will not be visible because the opacity here is less than 50%. So hit OK, and then go back to your RGB, and then go back to your layer. And while selecting your layer now, just hit generate, and let's type oil painting, and hit enter or generate. And now let's see the magic. Yes, so we can see that we now have an oil painting of our image. Now that's incredible. You can see how real it looks, very realistic. So this is the power of AI, and we have two other variations. We have this guy and this guy. So you just go ahead and choose the one you like. So the thing with this method is that the closer our brightness for our alpha layer is to 100, the lesser it looks like our image. Okay, and the farther it is towards 100, the more it looks like our image. So the thing is, if we had, for example, a bigger value for brightness, so let's see 55. Okay, let's see 55 and hit OK, and just Alt Delete or Alt Backspace or Option Delete, and go ahead and select. That's Control and click, and back to our RGB and back to our layers, and let's hide this, and then go ahead and hit generate, and then type in your prompt oil painting. So let's generate now. We're going to see that this version is going to look less like our image as compared to the previous version or to the first version. Perfect guys, so we can see that this version with a higher value of opacity on our alpha channel is looking less like our image as compared to the first version. Okay, so this is looking way less like our image, and one thing we can do is we can actually combine the both. Okay, we can actually combine the both. We could just mask out parts of this layer to reveal parts of this layer. Okay, so that's one other trick we can use to achieve a better result. So what we'll do is we'll create one more version. So for this one, we even want our alpha channel to be less than 30. So let's make it let's see 20. So let's say 20. So 20, and Alt backspace or Option delete, Control and click, hit OK, go back to our RGB, go back to our layers, and then hit generate and oil painting. Hit enter or generate. Yes, so we can see that this looks very close to our image. Okay, and let's look at the other variations. So we see that it looks way close to our image, very close to our image, and it's not even looking like an oil painting, to be honest. So we'll just delete it, and yeah, so we've deleted this guy. So we're just going to work with the two of them. So this version and this version. So let me try something. Let's duplicate this, Ctrl J, and on this new one, let's try selecting a different variation. So let's select this variation. So we have this variation on this new layer, we have this variation on this old layer, okay, and we have this variation on this other layer. Okay, so we can now blend the three of them. So this will be on the background. Okay, and for this one, maybe let's just erase parts of this. So what we'll do is select our mask and go ahead and pick our brush, hit B, and let's choose a brush preset. Now I want to choose a special brush. Let's select this charcoal brush. Okay, make the size bigger. Yeah, so this is okay, and for this we will just start painting. First of all, let's make sure our foreground is black, it's set to black, so we can erase parts of it. Okay, so you see that we could just maybe reduce it a bit, and then just erase some parts, okay, so that we could have the more abstract one showing as the background. Perfect. So you can use any other brush that you think will do. Mustn't be this brush, but I just choose this one. So you get the point. So we've erased part of this one, we've only maintained the eyes and maybe some facial features because they look closer to our image. Okay, and we actually want the likeness to look very close to our image. That's why we even have this one in front, because this one looks way closer to our image than any of them. So for this, I'll just select my mask and then Control I or Command I to invert it, so I can just change my foreground color to white and start revealing it. Okay, because I want it to be predominant around the face only. Okay, because it looks way closer to our image as compared to any of them. So you want it to be predominant around here. Yeah, so I think this will do. This is perfect. So this is what we have, and this is what we had, yeah. So from this we went to this, and then we went to this, and then we went to this. Isn't this amazing? This is incredible. We can go ahead and do more adjustments. We could do some color adjustments, maybe add some levels, and just, I don't know. Yeah, we could do more adjustments basically. Yeah, maybe brighten some of these parts up and use our layer mask, Control I to invert, and hit B, and just maybe expose some of the areas which need exposing. Okay, so areas like this should be exposed so that we can have it brighter here, so that we can see more of the color, right? Perfect. And this looks perfect. I'll just go ahead and save this, Control S, and oil paint 1. Save. and all the project files will be made available to you so you can see what I have created firsthand. Perfect. So with this, we've come to the end of our video, of our exercise on oil painting. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello there. In this exercise, we're going to turn a black and white image to colored using neural filters here in Photoshop. So go ahead and bring in your black and white images. So in our folder on AI in Photoshop, we have these black and white images. So you see Be White, black and white to color 1, black and white to color 2, black and white to color 3. So we're going to work on these two, and then for the third one you're going to do that for your homework. So open. Perfect. Now it's very easy and very straightforward to do this. All you need to do is select your image, go to filters and neural filters. Okay, so here are our neural filters, and here we have the colorize filter. Okay, so with this we can change our black and white photo to a colored photo. All we need to do is to on our filter, and it's processing our image, and now we see that it has turned our image to a black and white image. Okay, now we have other adjustments. We can increase the saturation, we can increase the cyan, the magenta, the yellow or blue, and so on and so forth. So these are all things we can do. We can color artifact reduction. That's, it reduces the color of the artifacts, right? Or basically imperfections. So that's basically it for this one. Maybe we should reduce the opacity, or sorry, the saturation a bit. So we'll just output it as a smart filter. Hit OK. Perfect. So this is what we had, this is what we have now, and we can go ahead and do more adjustments. Okay, go ahead and do more adjustment, maybe add some levels. Let's see what some levels will do for us. So I'll just go ahead and hit Auto while holding down Alt. Okay, so I see these other algorithms. Okay, so you can see what we get with this. This is the default auto enhance, and we have this other one. So I'm going to go with this other one, and maybe in the shadows I'll just make this a little close to red. Okay, hit OK, hit OK. No, let's see it as default, and this is what we had, and this is what we have now. Perfect. And you could also go ahead and try turning this into black and white using the method we learned when covering colors in Photoshop, okay, in the sim course. So you could also go and change this to colored using that method, and then try to compare the outcomes. Try to compare the outcomes, which is better. So that's something you could go ahead and do. Now do this, or turn this to colored. Let's see what we get. Yes guys, so now let's go and add the colorize and just enable the effect. Perfect. So this is what we get. We can see how incredible this AI feature is. It even figured out that this is our lips, so it colored it differently. This is the eye, and it even added some makeup to the eyes, and also colored the hair differently. So we can see how really incredible this is. So go ahead and hit OK, and this is what we had before. Sorry, this is what we had before, this is what we have now. You can go ahead and add more adjustments, maybe some curves. Select this, and let's see if we could brighten parts like this up a bit. Yeah, and maybe add a levels adjustments and do this. Perfect. So this is what we had before, and this is what we have now. This is the power of AI in Photoshop. Okay, so with this we've come to the end of our video on turning black and white images to colored images here in Photoshop using the neural filters AI feature. So that's it for this video, and that's it for AI in Photoshop. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey there and welcome back. So in this homework we are going to use some AI features. You are required to use some AI features. So you are required to bring in this image, that's the bald man too, and then now use this image and do some generations. Okay, you can add some hair to the guy, maybe change his outfit, his trousers, expand the image, and basically use your generative AI and generative expand to modify this image. And I would love to see what you come up with. You can also bring in maybe a landscape image and try adding some features to the image. Okay, I've not provided you with any extra landscape images here, just this one. Or maybe you could even bring in this one which we used and try generating totally different things from the ones we generated. Okay, so that's it for this homework. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello there and welcome back. So in this homework you are required to use the Neural Filters AI feature to bring in your image. Bring in this guy, the image of this child. Now this is a black and white image. I need you to bring this image to life. So go ahead and add the neural filters and then colorize the image, turn it to black and white, and also explore other filters, okay, other neural filters. Remember we looked at the smart portrait. You could use that, okay, to add some modifications to our image. You could also use the makeup transfer maybe, so you can just transfer some makeup from another image to this boy's face. Okay, that's after you do the coloring, that's after you add the color. You could go ahead and add some funny makeup, maybe do some harmonizing, maybe harmonize the image with another image, and just explore all the neural filters basically. Okay, just explore them and share your results with me. I would love to see what you come up with. I would love to see what you come up with. We have lots and lots of filters here. We have the skin smoothing, smart portrait, makeup transfer, and so on and so forth. So go ahead and play with these filters. Go ahead and explore and share your results with me. I would love to see what you achieve. So that's it for this one, guys. See you in the next one. Bye bye. In this module, you learn all you need to know about mockups in Adobe Photoshop. You learn how and where to download free high-quality mockups, how to use mockups to properly present our work, and how to create our own mockups in Adobe Photoshop. Kindly download the attached project files for this module before you continue, and please reach out to me via message or in the Q&A section if you have any questions. I would love to make this course a 5-star experience for you. See you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this video we're going to learn about mockups in Photoshop. What are mockups and how do we use them in Photoshop? Okay, so mockups are basically a way to present our work to clients, okay, in a very polished way, and so our clients can visualize our design in use. Okay, how our design is going to look when it's used. That's, for example, when it's printed, that's if it's something we are going to print, or when it's used on a phone, okay, or on a device. That's, for example, if we are going to use that design on a device, or if we are going to interact with that design on a device. Okay, so mockups help us visualize our end product. So I'm just going to go to my browser. Now on my browser I've gone ahead and typed onblast.com. Now onblast.com is a website where we can download mockups for free. Okay, it's more like a Google, okay, a Google search engine for mockups. So you can go ahead and type OnBlast on your browser and it's going to bring you to the OnBlast homepage. Now you can see that not only mockups, you can also search for fonts, icons, templates, graphics, 3D models, and colors. Okay, but we are going to focus on mockups, and we can now see mockups right in front of us. So these are all mockups. Okay, let me just go down. You can see there are different mockups, and okay, let me just bring up this one. So open this, and now you see that this is a billboard mockup, and we can visualize or interact with our design that's meant for a billboard using this mockup. Okay, so this is totally digital. Okay, nothing it's not real, okay, so it wasn't snapped, but the mockup helps us visualize it as if this was photographed. Okay, so that's what we can achieve with mockup. So we can see different views of this particular mockup. So this is a smartwatch mockup. We can see we are interacting with the UI design using this mockup, and we can see how it's gonna look in real life when the design is now brought into and used on our smartwatch. Okay, so we have different types of mockups. We have mockups for business cards. Okay, we have mockups for packaging. So we can see this, it's more like a pizza box mockup. Okay, so you just need to place your design and everything will look like it's real. Okay, so these are all mockups. All you need to do now is just search for the mockup you want to download. So I'm just going to go ahead and search logo mockup. As you can see, I've searched it before, so I'll just click. So I'm going to search for logo mockup. So we want a mockup that we can use to visualize our logo. Okay, so these are all logo mockups. You can see them. Some of them are 3D, some of them are linen mockups like this one. Some of them are logos on glasses like this one. We have this one which is more like an engraved kind of style, and we have this guy. We have lots and lots of them. Okay, we have lots and lots of them. So it all depends on what you want to achieve. Okay, it all depends on what you want to achieve. So for this example, I'm just going to go ahead and download this one. So you can use any example for this tutorial, right? So I'll just go ahead and hit download, and it's going to redirect me to the site where I can download it. Now we see that the site is Design Boards, right? So all we need to do is just go down here and hit download. So you just need to hit download 3D mockup, and our download will begin very soon. Perfect. So our download has begun, and when it's done downloading, we're going to import it to Photoshop and then use it. So all you need to do right now is wait for it to finish downloading and then extract the document, because it's going to come as a compressed folder or in a compressed folder. So you just need to extract the document and then open it in Photoshop. It's going to be a Photoshop file, so you just need to open it in Photoshop. Okay, so see you guys in Photoshop when you finally download it. Hey guys, so here are we in Photoshop, and we have our mockup here in Photoshop. So I haven't added this mockup in the projects folder because they are usually a bit large in size, and since it's available on the internet and you can always go ahead and download it, so I felt it's not necessary to add it to the projects folder. So just go ahead and download it and open it. Now this is our mockup. Now we see that this is a Photoshop file and these are layers. Okay, now we see this layer which is colored red and it says insert design, and we can see from the thumbnail that this is a smart object. So all you need to do is double click here. It's going to open this new file, and then just come to your folder on mockups, and you're going to see this HF Creations logo. That's your folder on mockups in Photoshop. That's number 13. So in the folder you're going to see this HF Creations mockup logo. So select the logo and open, or you can just place embedded instead of opening. So I'll just drag it now in here. You can see that it's too big. I'll just reduce the size or rescale it and position it properly. Perfect. Now all I need to do is hide the existing layer and then hit Ctrl or Command S for saving. So I'm just going to save this file, and it's going to update in our design. So you can see that it has now updated in our design, and we now have our mockup appearing on the facade. So our clients can now visualize this mockup and see that this is how their logo will appear on the facade of their office. Okay, and he's basically visualizing the finished product before having it on the actual facade. So that's the importance of logo, and that's the use case of logos. So we have logos for a whole lot of things. We have for packaging, for logos, for just name it. We have lots and lots of logos, and it's very easy to get logos these days. Back in the days, you might need to buy some of these logos, but right now it's very, very easy. Just come to Unblast, and you get so many logos, so many mockups for free, okay, and very high quality mockups, as you can see. I'm just going to save now this mockup. I'm going to save this in my projects folder. So HF Creations facade mockup and JPEG. So hit save, and then if I go back to my if I go back to my layer, to my folder on mockups, we then see that we have our image. So we have our logo on the facade. Perfect. So that's basically it for mockups, guys. And in the next video, we're going to start learning. We're going to learn how to create mockups from scratch. Okay, so how to have all of these layers created and basically have everything customized right from the scratch. Okay, so that's it for this one, guys. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello there and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to learn how to create custom mockups in Photoshop. We're going to take a base image and then add all the necessary layers and all the necessary effects, including the light effect, to our layers in order to create a realistic mockup. Okay, so the mockup we're going to be working on in this video is a magazine mockup. Okay, so we're going to learn how to create a magazine mockup in this video. So go ahead and open your folder on mockups in Photoshop, and right here you see different images, right? We see this coffee bag. So these are what we call base images. These are what I call base images. So in order to create a mockup, you actually need a base image. So that's the image on which the design will sit. Okay, so for this example, we have this one which we call the open magazine. So click on it and hit open. Yeah, so this is our base image for this example. Now this is an image of an opened magazine, so we're going to use this to create a mockup for a magazine. Okay, the first thing I will do is go to File and go to New, and then choose the A4 preset and create. Now what I want to do is take my rectangle tool and then create a shape to fill my A4 paper. Okay, so I'll just hold down Shift to scale it along the y-axis, along this axis like this. So when I just come close to the edge, it's gonna snap to the edge. Okay, so that we get to create accurately the size of our canvas. This is now my image, so I'll just click on it and drag it into our magazine file. Okay, so the next thing I'll do is just come here, right click, or first of all I think I want to change the color, or really changing the color is not necessary. You could leave it at black, you could leave it at whatever color you want. So I'll just change it to red. Okay, so I see what I'm doing clearly, since our magazine image almost looks like white. Okay, so the next thing I'll do is just go ahead and turn this into a smart object. Turn this into a smart object. So convert to smart object, and like you know before, smart objects enable us to double click and go ahead and update our design, right? Close this, and now the next thing I'll do is just go ahead and rename my layer. I would name it right page design. Okay, so we're going to use this to place our design for the right page. Okay, perfect. Now we can go ahead and maybe give it the color, maybe give it red color. Perfect, so that the layer stands out. Okay, so the next thing we'll do is just scale down our rectangle and try to fit it on our page. Before I do that, I'll just go ahead and cancel this and just use a rectangle and create a background for my magazine, so I see the demarcations. Okay, you know, this is a transparent background and it's almost white, so I might not see the demarcations between our magazine page and the background. So that's why I created this, and I'll just lock this so we don't select it. And now I'll use this and just modify and fit it to our page. Okay, so first of all, I'll just try to fit it roughly, so roughly like this and roughly like this. Perfect. Now from here on, first of all, I think I'll just zoom in to see clearly. So it should end here. And now the next thing I'll just do is right click and go to warp, so I can now warp or modify my shape even better. Okay, so as to fit my page even better. So I can use my handle here to just place my design better, and of course you know how to use the warp, so this should not be a problem for you. All right, perfect. So just go ahead and place our design properly. Okay guys, I think we have successfully, or I have successfully placed at least most of it. So the next thing I'll do is just click in my shape like this and try to adjust these lines so that it fits perfectly to the way my page is built, okay, to the topology of my page. Okay, so something like this will do, so that we have this as straight lines. Okay, so that's something you should do. So we can also zoom in and try to do this even better. Perfect. So I like what we have now, and I think we've done a great job. Okay, so we're done with the left hand side. Let's just hide this for now. Okay, and then now let's go back to our document, our E4 document, and then drag another copy for the left hand side. Okay, first of all, I'll just maybe change the color. This time I might use something close to white. Okay, so this color should do, and I'll just go ahead and rename this, or first of all turn it into a smart object. So convert to smart object and then rename it left page design. And we can see that I made a mistake here. I wrote light page design instead of right page design. So right page design. Perfect. The next thing I'll do is just change the color again to red, and then try to fit my A4 sized rectangular shape to my magazine page. Okay, perfect. So I'm holding down shift to scale it up unevenly. Same also with this side. Perfect. And the next thing I'll do is just right click and warp, and now try to fit it more perfectly. Okay, I think we need to add one more line to this part. So okay, first of all, let me just make sure this side is perfect. So here is perfect, and yeah, here also is perfect. So okay, for this one, I think we just need to bring it this side. Yeah, so we need to add one more line here. So all we need to do is to just come to the edge and hold down Control or Command on the Mac. So just come to the edge. Okay, hold down Control. So it's not working, I don't know why. Let's see. Yeah, hold down Control and click. Now you see that we have added a line here. I'll just undo that because that's not what I wanted. That's not where I wanted it. So I wanted it here. So just hold down Control and hover your mouse here on the line, and then just click to add a point. Perfect. Now you can go ahead and then try to fit it more perfectly, more accurately. Just zoom in. You can always undo if you make a mistake. Okay, you can always undo and redo the change. Okay, so I think here is almost perfect. Yeah, here is perfect. And for the upside, let's click and adjust and just fit this part. So we basically want to maintain this look, so you should try to have the same look I have here. So these lines should be straight, okay, and this should go like this so that it looks like the page is folding. Okay, perfect. So this is what we are going for, and all you need to do now is just commit our changes. And yeah, so we have the right hand side and we have the left hand side. Sorry, we have the left hand side and the right hand side. Okay, so what next do we do? Next thing we'll do is just double click here to go into our page, and then go ahead and place our design. So place embedded. Where is place embedded? Yeah, there is it. So now in our folder, I've gone ahead and added some designs. So this is magazine design 1. So go ahead and place magazine design 1 and just scale it up to this size and commit the change. Just hide this layer and just Ctrl S to save it. Now if you go back, you're going to see that our change has been updated. Okay, it's been updated. Let me just hide this so you can see how it's aligned. So it's just perfect. It's following the topography of our page, just like the smart object we designed. So do this for the same for the left hand side. So go ahead and place embedded, and for this side we're going to use this magazine 2. Place, then scale it up, commit or change, Ctrl S, Ctrl or Command S. So just go back and we have our page updated. So this is what we have now. This looks good, but doesn't look perfect, doesn't look realistic. Okay, so I'll go ahead and change the color of my background to something like this. Hit OK. So right now we want to make our pages look realistic. So we want to add some shadows, some highlights, and some mid-tones to our pages. Okay, so how do we do that? We can just select our page, maybe bring this one to the top since we want to start working on it. Create a new layer on top of our page, and now take our brush, hit B for brush, and for our brush preset we're just gonna use a normal round brush. Okay, so let's use the soft round brush, and then just right click and make this size bigger, and then for your opacity, let's make this 53 for now. And then for the flow, let's make this 22. For smoothing, I don't think we need any smoothing. We don't need any smoothing, so we just reduce it, and let's start painting so we can see the effect we get, right? So this is quite good. So all you need to do now is just click here, hold down shift and click here. It's going to create a straight line on our page. Okay, so just do this for this part also. Okay, and I can see that we need to increase our opacity, so do same, just do it a couple of times, and this part will need more of that. Okay, to need more of that, click, hold down shift and click, hold down shift and click. Okay, now just reduce the size, and let's do it for this, for the middle. Okay, because this will be darker in a realistic sense. This will definitely be darker since it's getting less light. Okay, so let's do it a couple of times, and okay, maybe we overdid it. Let's just undo a couple of times, and now scale it back up and just do maybe one more time here. Perfect. So the next thing we'll do is just take our move tool, and now we want to clip this layer to this page. So all we need to do is hold down Alt and bring our mouse between the two pages and just click. You can see that it's now clipped to our page. So we've done this for the page on the left hand side, on the right hand side, and you can see it's looking better now, even though there's still much to do. So the next thing I'll do is just create a new layer, and for this layer I want to do my highlights. Okay, so I'll just take my brush and then hit X to swap the colors. So white is my foreground this time, and I'll just click, hold down shift and click. Maybe I did it too much, let me just undo and make this bigger. Click, hold down shift and click. Okay, and then I'll just do one more, make my brush size smaller. Click, hold down shift and click. Okay, I think this is, my brush size should be a bit bigger. Okay, so click, hold down shift and click. Yeah, and this is better, I think. Yeah, this is better. So we can always reduce the opacity, and then hold down Alt and then clip our layer. Perfect. Now the next thing we'll do is just go ahead and change our blending modes. Now for this one, we want to use something like the darken or multiply. Okay, because it's the dark layer, right? It's the one that carries the shadows. And then for this one, we want to use something like lighten or maybe screen or overlay. Okay, so let's try overlay or soft light. So let's try soft light and see. So this is, let's try see before and after. So this is what we had before, and this is what we have after. So this is way better. Let me boost up the opacity. Yeah, I think the opacity should even be 100. It looks very good. So I just duplicated the layer 2 and then clipped it to our right page. Okay, now we can maybe reduce the opacity for this layer, let's say 8%, and yeah, it looks better. So this is what we had, and this is what we have now. Good. Now we can do same for the next page, that's the left page. So just go ahead and create a new layer on top of our page, and take our brush, hit X to swap our foreground and background colors, and maybe scale this a bit, and now start creating our shadows. So click and click, that click, and then hold down shift and click. So click, hold down shift and click. Okay, so let's do more around this side. Click, hold down shift and click. Reduce the size of our brush. Click, hold down shift and click. Click, hold down shift and click, and do this a couple more times. Perfect. Now we have the shadows done, and we can now go ahead and clip our shadows to our left hand page and do same for the highlight. So select my brush and I'll just scale this up a bit and then swap the colors here and click, hold down shift and click, maybe twice, click, hold down shift and click, and this is just okay. I'll go ahead and clip my layer. Okay, so now it's time to change the blending mode. So for this one, we're going to change this to darken, okay, or multiply, and then for this one we're going to change this to soft light. Perfect. So we can go further by maybe reducing the opacity if we want or not. This is good. So I just reduced the opacity of right hand shadows. I think it's a bit too much. I think this layer is not even needed. Okay, I shouldn't have. So I'll just delete this layer and we'll just stick to one shadows layer. Okay, maybe 90% opacity will just do. And this looks amazing. All I need to do now is just rename my layers. So this will be light, and this will be shadows. So same also for this will be lights and shadows. Perfect. And we can go ahead and maybe group them into a single group. That's the right hand side and also the left hand side, so that it's more organized. Okay, next thing we can do is change the background color or even give it a better background. So let's just go ahead and give it a better background. So go to your folder and you're going to see this wooden background. So select it and place, and just scale it up evenly and bring your background to the ground, okay, to below our magazine. Perfect. Now this is looking incredible. Go ahead and save this, Ctrl S, open magazine, hit save, and okay. Perfect. So with this, we are done with our video. We've created a magazine mockup. All we need to do now, if we wanted changing our page, maybe we want to change the left page design to a different one, all we need to do is double click and it's going to open, and we can go ahead and place a new design. So we can see that this is magazine 2, right? I actually have another one which is magazine 2.2. Okay, it's a bit different from this one, just a bit different. So I didn't add this brush effects on this one. Okay, so when we replace our design, all we need to do is to hit Ctrl S or Command S for save, and then go back to our mockup, and we can see that it's now updated. Perfect. So that's it for this video, and hope you learned a lot. In the next video, which is an exercise, we're going to be covering a different kind of mockup design. So see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello there and welcome back to the course. In this exercise, we're going to be creating a package mockup. Okay, now I've gone ahead and created a fake branding a fake package design for the brand we're going to be using. So this is the design here in your folder, and you can see this is Pizza Chef Secret, and we now have some text and some image of a pizza with pepper, or with chili rather, and yeah, just some elements, right? So this right here is supposed to be the logo, right? And we have this text and this element here showing the weight. Okay, so this is just a fake brand and a fake package design, just created to serve as a package design for our exercise today. So we have the side. So this is the side. I went ahead and brought it in. So let me just go back to the folder and let's visualize this part. Now this is the top and this is the side. and also this is the bag, okay, the package. So this is what we're going to be placing our designs on. So all we need to do is to go ahead and bring in our food bag. So open. Perfect. And we don't need this, we can just close this. Go ahead and expand our canvas using the crop tool. So we want our canvas to be this big. Okay, perfect. So the next thing we'll do is give it the background. So go ahead and create a background and bring this below, and let's just sample the color for the background. That's the color on our package for the background. And there's one thing missing on our package, which is the shadow, right? So our package needs to have a shadow, and we can see that light is coming from this side. Let me take the brush and explain better. So light is coming from this side. Light is coming from this side, so that's why this place is bright and this place is dark. So we need to use this concept to create shadows for our shape. So I'm going ahead and create a new layer, taking my brush tool. For my flow, I'm just going to take this to say 100%. Same also with my opacity, and I'll just go ahead and create some shadows. So I'll just make this bigger, then create some shadows like this. Just tap to create my shadows. Okay, next thing, I'll go ahead and take my polygonal lasso tool and try to delete some unwanted parts of my shadows, or try to direct my shadows properly. Okay, so my shadows should look like this. So I'll go ahead and delete this part, deselect. Yeah, so this should be okay, sorry. So this should be what my shadows should look like. And now from here on, I can just go ahead and hit E for my eraser tool. Make sure the hardness is 0, and maybe increase the size. Yeah, so we just want to erase parts of, so I'm just undoing some of this. So erase parts of our shadows. You can make the whole thing softer around here. Okay, and then select my shadow layer and give it a mask. So we now have a mask on my shadow layer, and I'll just go ahead and pick my gradient tool and make sure I have this gradient selected. So you can go under basics and make sure you have this gradient selected. Okay, so just go ahead and click here and drag. So you can hold down shift to channel your gradient properly, that's in a straight line along this axis. Okay, so just deselect it when you have it around this point. Now we can go ahead and adjust our gradient using this point, right? So we can also shift our gradient from here and maybe even make it look like this. Okay, perfect. Now this is good. Now the next thing we're going to do is just go ahead and apply some Gaussian blur to Gaussian blur, and let's see what we get with the Gaussian blur, so as to soften the edges. Right now you can see that from here it's now looking like this. It's looking more realistic. Okay, looking more realistic. So just hit OK and perfect. So we now have our shadows on our package. And the next thing we'll do is just lock our shadow layer, also lock our background layer because we don't want to have it selected, and just have our shape layer selected. Right now, the next thing we'll do is just go ahead and create a new layer, sorry, a new document, A4 size, just like we did in the previous video, and then create a rectangle just in the size of our A4 document. Perfect. Now click and drag into our document, and then just change the name here to front design. Perfect. And then just go ahead and convert this to smart object and maybe change the color. This time let's use orange. Perfect. And now we just need to scale down our design and have it positioned on the front of our package. Okay, so we can hold down Control or Command on the Mac and come to the edge here like this, and you're going to see that our cursor turns into this white cursor, right? So this is without holding down Control or Command, but when we hold down Control or Command, we get to see it like this. And with this we can click and now adjust our ship like this. Okay, so it gives us more control on our ship. So we just want to position our ship on our design and then go ahead and right click and then wrap. Now we can zoom in and start positioning our points. So for the top here, we want to have it look like this. Zoom in a bit and position this even better. Let's make sure it's covering our package. Okay, so it might be hard to follow this outline with our smart object, but let's just make sure it's covering our package. That's the most important thing for this method. Perfect. So you want to have your shape looking like this. Okay, you want to have your shape looking like this and just hit OK. Perfect. Now the next thing we'll do is we're just going to duplicate our layer. That's our layer 1 and bring it on top. Just hide this for now. And for this one, we're just going to hold down Alt or Command on the Mac and then clip our front design layer to our layer 1. Okay, so clip it like this. So when you clip it like this, we then see that all these other parts which we couldn't meet up to because of the curve and the complexity of our shape, we've been able to clip and cover for those areas. You get the point now. So we have that covered now. Now the next thing we'll go ahead and do is bring in our package design. All we need to do is double click here on our thumbnail to open a new file and place our package design. So please embed it, and then let's go ahead and place the pizza package and commit our changes, and then maybe hide this one where it's not necessary and just hit Ctrl S to save. Perfect. Now if we go back, we're going to see that our design has been updated. Okay, our design has been perfectly updated. Now the next thing we will do is just enable our layer here. That's the one we copied. Okay, and now change the blending mode. Now we can go ahead and explore all blending modes, but the darkened blending mode works well. We can see that right now it has erased the unnecessary part and basically fitted our package design properly on the front. So let's try the multiply. We can see that the multiply is not that good, but the darken is quite good. Okay, let's try other ones actually. So let's just keep going down the list. We can see that darker color is also good. So this is it without it, and this is it with it. Okay, so darker color is also good, and we have other ones. Okay, but from what we can see here, we see darker color is good, and also darken is also good. So we either choose darker color or darken. I'll just go with darker color, and we can go ahead and now try to do other stuff. Okay, we can go ahead and try to do other things. It means we can go ahead and maybe work on the blending options, the blend if options. Okay, so we can see that by creating some blend if effects, we get to have even better blending. Okay, now with this we can just zoom in here and then see that we are now having it look very realistic. Okay, it's looking very real here. Perfect. So we can go ahead and work on the other designs. Okay, so we can lock this layer. Let's lock this layer. Let's work on the other design. So go back here, and for this, let's bring in our side design. Please embed it. And yeah, this design, let's bring it in. And I'm bringing this in so that I can know the exact shape to bring in. Okay, so this should be our exact shape. So I'll just hide this and now bring this shape into our package design. Make this side design, rename this to side design rather, side design. Okay, and then right click and convert to smart object and go ahead and give it a yellow color. And now let's fit our design on the side. So just the same thing we did for the front, we are going to do for the side. So just hold down Control and fit your design properly. Control and fit your design properly. Okay, and I might just speed up the video so we don't spend too much time, since you already know how to do this. So we are going to come back after I have totally arranged it on the side. So I'll just go ahead and add one more line here. Okay, so hold on Control and click. Just zoom in and try to fit things better. Perfect, guys. So we now have our side design placed properly. The next thing I'll do is go ahead and bring in our side design, right? So double click here and bring in our design. So place embedded and please commit our changes and Control S to save. Perfect, and go back. And for some reason it didn't update. Let me try it one more time. So Control S and go back. Perfect. So we have it saved. Now we can just select our design, our side design. We just select our design and bring it below like this, and we can see that now it now blends in like the side design. Okay, like it's part of the package originally. And we can now go ahead and just hold on Alt or Option on the Mac and click here so as to clip our side design to our package. And you can see now that all these folds now look very realistic, but we are losing some details here. We can see that we're losing some details, so that's because our design has gray color, right? So in order to fix this, the only thing we can do is go ahead and work on our design, on our side design. So let's just double click here to go back to our side design, and what I'm going to do now is just Control J to duplicate this and do Control L to bring out my levels, and let's try to increase the levels and see if we can get some sharpness on our blacks. Okay, perfect. So I like this, and now I'm just going to create, hold down Alt and create a new mask. Okay, so hold down Alt and have a mask, and let me just try painting let me just try painting on here to reveal my layer below. Yeah, so we can see now that I am having a sharper black color. Now we no longer have that gray color, we are having our color looking sharper. So lastly, we can go ahead and create a general adjustment layer and just do some little levels adjustments to other parts of the design so that they stand out, right? Okay, so we can do this and just hit save, Ctrl S, and now go back to our design and it should look better now. Perfect. So we can see that it's standing out, right? It's standing out now. We are no longer losing details. So the next thing we'll do is work on the top, and for the top we'll just go back to this document and bring in our top, and this is the top of our pizza package. So our document, our shape needs to follow the shape of the top. Okay, resize it to the shape of the top like I just did and drag it here. And same also, we just need to convert this to smart objects and then change the name, top design. Perfect. And now maybe change the color if you want, maybe green, and now just rescale our shape to fit the top of our package. Okay, so hold on Control and place it way better. Hold on Control and place it way better. Okay, so we can have better placement. Okay, so I'll just right click now and hit warp so I can modify my shape even better. So I'll do this and just try to modify my shape even better. Now let's work on this side. Okay, so I'm just going to hold on Control or Command at the mark and just click to add a point here. Okay, so I can just select my point and make my adjustments even better. Perfect. So I think we will just go on to use what we have created so far. Okay, I think I'll just make some minor more adjustments. So I think this is just perfect. So commit our changes, and now we can go ahead and bring in our top design. So double click here to open and go ahead and place our top design. So this is our top design. Select and place. Perfect. And hit Ctrl S to save and go back to see our design. Perfect. Now the next thing we'll do is go ahead and bring our design below this guy here and just hold down Alt or Command on the Mac or Option on the Mac, sorry, and just click here to clip our design and get rid of those weird looks that happen on the edges. Perfect. So you see guys, this is what we now have. We now have our complete package design. Everything perfectly done. Everything perfectly done. If we wanted, we could furthermore work on the placement of our top design. So maybe hit warp one more time and maybe just play around with the placement like this so that we have this side come like this if you want. Okay, So that's also one way we could do it. I think I overdid it. Let me just, yeah. So I think just the initial will do. Perfect. It was like this before, and we brought it to life by adding our designs. So if we wanted to change a design, we could just double click here, go back and replace the design. Okay, and basically that's it for this one, guys. Go ahead and save, Ctrl S, and food bag, save. Perfect. So we now have our design. Let's try bringing in the wooden background and see if it works. I don't think it's gonna work because we will need to fix the perspective. So let's try it anyways. So bring in the wooden background, and for this, let's bring it below our background. Now we see that we will need to fix the perspective, right? We need to fix the perspective, and it's not just aligning the way it is, right? Yeah, but this will take time. We can actually do it, but it's going to take time. So we'll just use our plain background for this. Okay, it's easier, it's simpler. So if we wanted, we could go ahead and add more shadows to the sides, okay, and more highlights if we wanted. And we can do that by simply creating a new layer and just taking a brush and then reducing the flow to maybe 27 and the opacity to maybe 60, and then just go ahead and paint. Okay, perfect. Now we can just clip this and maybe reduce the opacity. So we just want it to be very light. Okay, we want it to be very subtle. Yeah, so you see the subtle effect it's adding. It's not very shouty, it's very subtle. It just adds to the shadows on the side. Okay, so that's it for this one, guys. See you in the next video. Bye. Hello there and welcome back. In this homework, you are required to create custom mockups using the product images we have added in our folder. Okay, so go ahead and open the folder, and in your folder you're going to see this this snack pack packaging, and this is how it looks. And also you're going to see this coffee bag packaging. So go ahead and create mockups using these products. Okay, so you will be responsible for creating the design, okay, the design for the package, and also creating the mockup for the package. So I haven't provided you any design for this, so you have to create a package design for your coffee bag and also a package design for your snack pack. So these are the two mockups you have to create, and do well to share your results with me. I would love to see what you come up with. And this will round it up for this module. See you guys in the next one. Bye bye. In this module, we'll work on our final projects for this course. We will work on 6 incredible projects that will help you solidify all that you've learned so far. Be sure you learn a few new tricks as well. Kindly download the attached projects files for this module before you continue, and please reach out to me via message or in the Q&A section if you have any questions. I would love to make this course a 5-star experience for you. See you in the next video. Hi there, welcome back. So in this exercise, we're going to be creating this artwork. It's quite simple. It's called the double exposure effect, and we're going to be recreating it right now in Photoshop. Okay, it's quite simple. So for this final project, for the final module, we're going to start from simple to more advanced. Okay, so just go into your folder on compositions and final projects. Come to the folder on double exposure, to the double exposure effect folder, and bring in this image. So select this image, select this image, select this image, the 3 of them, and hit open. Okay, so like I said, we are going to be going from simple to more advanced. Okay, perfect. Now the first thing we need to do is to remove our subjects from the background. So what do? We take our object selection and just on the object, or then hit select subject here. You select subject and it's gonna work, it's magic, and select our subject. Perfect. So I want to refine the hair because we can see that the hair needs some refining, right? So select and mask. Okay, and then while having my refine edge tool, I'll just go ahead and click here, just click a couple of times to refine our hair. I also want to refine the birds. Here we can see these blue colors from the background. It's appearing in the bed, so we just want to refine the beds too. And I'm just going to click on smart reduce here, activate smart reduce, boost the reduce to 1 pixels, and then for feather, I don't need too much feather, so 0.4 will be perfect. Hit OK, and I'll just go ahead and mask and create a mask. Okay, perfect. The next thing I want to do is just work on the color of my image a bit. So I'll just go to the filter gallery and then go to camera raw filter, and for here I'll just go ahead and work on some few adjustments. Let's see the blacks, and then for the color, I don't want it to be shouty. Okay, so I want to reduce the saturation. Okay, so saturation reduced, maybe boost up the texturing or clarity a bit, and basically we just want to achieve something that looks like this, and hit OK. Perfect. Just hit OK. Perfect. Now the next thing we'll do is go ahead and create our document. Now this document will be A4 sized, and it's going to be landscape. So go ahead and pick A4, and then make it landscape and hit create. Perfect. Now we just want to bring in our guy into our document. Okay, so bring him in, and then I'll just right click here and convert to smart object. Perfect. Now just go ahead and reduce the size of our guy. This is perfect. Next thing I'll do is go ahead and bring in our landscape image. So this is our landscape image. Maybe we should do some adjustments to our landscape image. So go ahead and open the camera raw filter, and for here I'm just going to boost up my exposure a bit. Okay, and then for my shadows, let me lighten up my shadows, and then for the color I'll just that's for the temperature, rather for the color temperature, I'll just take it to -10. Okay, and then maybe boost up vibrance a bit. Okay, so just something that looks like this, mustn't be exact. Okay, so yeah, from here on we just bring in our guy, so we can just drag him into our composition and drop him. Perfect. Now just go ahead and turn this into a smart object and just reduce the size or scale it. Perfect. Now the next thing we want to do is just select our landscape image here and make this and change the blending mode. Okay, so we want to use screen. Okay, so this is our screen blending mode, and you can see that immediately we change the blending mode, we now have our effect. Okay, we've done most of the job right now. All we need to do from here on is just maybe a few adjustments here and there, and we will be done. Perfect. Okay, so this looks nice. Next thing I'll just do is select my guy here, create a mask. Okay, and then take my gradient tool, and while selecting my mask, I'll just go ahead and just do it the other way around. Create a gradient on our mask, a gradient fill on our mask, and then just do this, just adjust it so that this fades away. Okay, that the hair region kind of fades away into our background. Okay, so something like this will be just perfect. Next thing I'll do is go ahead and bring in our birds, drag our birds into our composition, and here we have our birds. Just rescale them and place them here so that they look as if they're flying out of his head. Okay, so the idea of this design is happiness is free, so we can see that the guy is happy and the birds are free. Okay, so that's just the idea behind the naming. Happiness is free. Perfect. So we just place them like this, and we can just go ahead and select our guy here. That's our landscape image. That's this one, and hold down Alt or Option on the mark and bring your mouse between them, and then just clip our landscape image to the guy image, to our subject image. Okay, so that's what we just want to do. And final thing, or not final thing actually, create a background. You can use a rectangle to create a background, or you can create a new layer and then fill it in, or just use a rectangle and then go ahead and select a color. Perfect. So we want to go with this very faded blue color. Okay, so this is the color code. You can copy it and just hit OK. Perfect. Now next thing we'll do is just go ahead and add our text and just see happiness. And just type free here. Okay, and then we have is in the middle of our artwork, so is free. Perfect. So happiness is free. Yeah, so we want to go with a color like this, something not too shouty. You get. So happiness is free. So we can go ahead and select everything and just deselect the background so that we can just centralize this. Okay, centralize it. Perfect. So we have approximately the same distance between here and there. I think we need to move it one more time. So move it to the right hand side. Perfect. So happiness is free. Yeah, maybe for this we can just go ahead and give it a drop shadow. Yeah, very faint drop shadow. Nice. Yeah, so this is basically our artwork. We can go ahead and do some extra little adjustments here and there, maybe changing or rather boosting our levels. Okay, but it all depends on you, really. It all depends on you. These other adjustments are not necessary. The most important thing has been achieved before and after. There isn't much difference, so I think we'll just cancel on this. And yeah, so this is our first artwork. With this, we've come to the end of our video. I'm just going to go ahead and save this, Ctrl S, and save it as double exposure. Save. Okay, so with this, we've come to the end of our first final project. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. In this exercise, we're going to be creating this artwork. I call this the sliced artwork because her face is sliced, so also her body. Okay, so this is what we're going to be recreating in this video. So go to Photoshop and go ahead and open your folder, and in your folder on sliced artwork, under composition and final projects, go ahead and bring in the image. It's called the pretty girl portrait. So select the image and select all of the images apart from the sliced artwork image and hit open. Perfect. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to recover her shoulders. We can see that from the image she doesn't have the left shoulder. Okay, she doesn't have the left shoulder, and we're going to just recover that using AI. So I'm just going to hit C for my my crop tool to make this bigger. Okay, to expand the canvas along the side. Okay, we can see that it's black. It was replaced with black color. I'll just undo this, and I will first of all unlock the folder, sorry, the layer, and then now create my my expansion on the canvas. Perfect. The next thing I'll do is select my layer, go ahead and pick my marquee select tool, my rectangular marquee select tool, and then select around my shoulder just like this. Okay, just like this. Perfect. Right now just go ahead and hit generate fill and then generate. So we're going to wait for Photoshop to do its magic and give us a new shoulder. Perfect. So we have our new shoulder. Let's go ahead and see some other variations. So click here to see other variations, and I think we'll go with the first one. Perfect. Now I also want to use AI to clean up a few more things. I think one more thing, just this hair we have on her shoulders here. Okay, we don't want to have this because you know we're going to be cutting the face and it's going to look weird having this piece of hair still on her shoulder. Okay, so go ahead and select around it, select it, mustn't be perfect selection. Okay, something like this will do, and then just go ahead and hit generate one more time. Let's wait to see what we get. Okay, so we have our changes made. Now let's see the other variation. You can see that this one give us still has hair on the shoulders. Okay, same also with this, same also with this. I think what we'll do is we just delete this and first of all cut out the background. Okay, so go ahead and take your selection tool, that's your object selection tool, or you can use any of these if you don't have the latest version of Photoshop. So just pick my object selection tool and go ahead and hit select subject, and it's going to just select our subject automatically. That's what we want to do. It went ahead and selected this part. That's because we have it selected. So what we'll do is just go ahead and merge them, merge layers. Where is merge layers? Perfect. Now deselect this and hit select subject one more time. It should work this time. Perfect. Now we have our selection, and next thing we'll do is go ahead and refine our selection. So select and mask, and we're just gonna hit smart radius, gonna boost up the radius a bit, maybe 1 pixels, and I want to shift edge, so let's shift edge by 3 pixels. Okay, yeah, let's shift edge by 3 pixels, and then next thing is the feathering. Let's just go ahead and add a bit of feathering to it, say 0.6 or 0.5. Now just pick up my edge refine tool and give my hair some refinement here. So I'll just click and drag on our hairs to expose the strands. Okay, yeah, and we don't want to spend too much time here. Just this will do. Hit OK. Let's go ahead and create a mask. Perfect. Now I think our effect or our generation should work better now. That's regenerating this part here to clean up the hair on the shoulder. You get? So we'll just try it one more time. So go ahead and make your selection. Perfect. Now just go ahead and hit generate fill and then generate. Now have our shoulders generated. Now let's see the other variations we have. Yeah, all of them are good. I'll just go with the second one, and from here on we can merge our layers. Merge layers. Yeah, merge layers and just Control C on our layer, and then let's create a new project, a new document. So that's A4 and Control V to paste our image here. Now just go ahead and turn this to Smart Object. You can hit Control Alt D for that, and we just rescale this, scale it. Yeah, and here is our full image. This is what we want to have. Full image with the shoulders and without hairs on this other shoulder. Perfect. Now the next thing we want to handle is the slicing of our image. We want to slice it on the shoulder here. Okay, remember it's sliced on the shoulder here. That's on the chest. Okay, around the chest. And also we want to slice the face. We want to cut out the face. Okay. Yeah. So we just go ahead and pick our pen tool for this. This time we're going to use our pen tool. We won't use our selection tools. This is just so we have control over our selection, okay, while drawing it. I'm just going to show you what I mean. So I'm just going to create a drawing around the chest to signify our cutting, and I'll just go ahead and give it no fill just to see what I'm doing better. Okay, and then pick my direct selection tool and start to modify these anchor points to perfect my selection or my shape. Okay, so I want this to be just the shape of my selection. Let me look at this again. Okay, so you see that it's curving around here, right? So we have to make this curved. So just go ahead and pick my pen tool and let's convert this guy into a curved anchor. Go back and pick my direct selection tool, and I'll just go ahead and try to make this look better, and I'll just fast forward the video so we don't spend too much time. When I'm done, you'll see what I have. Perfect. So when you're done, you want to have something that looks like this, a selection that looks like this, okay, or a shape that looks like this. Next thing we'll do is go ahead and hold on Control or Command on your keyboard and then just click on the thumbnail of the shape. Okay, click here to make the selection, and we just select our image, and I just want to select inverse instead. So select inverse so we can only select this side, that's the lower side, right? So I'll just do Ctrl J to duplicate it, and after activating our selection, we want to go ahead and select our image one more time and just create a mask for this selection. Click on our marks and Ctrl I to invert so as to cut out this part from the image. Okay, so as to max out this part from the image. Now we can delete the shape one and then bring this guy up. You get? Perfect. Now just select my mask and go in and try to just clean these halos that are creating here. So hit B for the brush tool make this sharp, use the size, and just clean it up like this. Same also with this part. Incredible. So from here on, we just want to cut out our face. You get, so we're just going to do the same thing we did with this part, with this lower part here. So select our face, go and pick our pen tool, and just start to draw the shape. And I'll just fast forward this and come back when I'm done. Have a selection that looks just like this, so you can go ahead and pause the video to achieve exactly what I have or similar to what I have. Okay, so from here on, I can go ahead and activate my selection, hold down Control and click on the thumbnail or Command, and then come on our layer and Control J. So Control J to create a cutout of just the face we selected. Okay, perfect. From here on, I'll just go ahead and hold down Control one more time, click here, or Command and click here to activate my selection, and then go back to our mask and just hold down Alt and Backspace or Option Delete on the Mac to fill our mask with our foreground color, which is black. Okay, so this will basically add the entire selection to our mask. So it means if we just disable our mask, for example, we can see that we have our face back. It's just hidden in our mask. So enable our mask. Perfect. While selecting my mask, go ahead and pick my brush tool, maybe deselect the selection first. So pick my brush tool, and then I'll just add this to the selection, to the mask. Okay, these halo effects to the mask, just like this. Perfect. Now the next thing I'll do is enable my face, my cutout face, and just move it. First of all, delete this shape layer, and then move my face away from the entire face. You get, perfect. So just this will do. Perfect. So now I want to create the empty skull effect. Okay, how do we do that? We go ahead and hold on Control and select our mask, and I'll just go ahead and hit Q on my keyboard to enable me paint out my selection. So hit B and start painting this out. Okay, so I just need to paint this out. Okay, and so also parts of the head here. Perfect. Now I just want to have only this selected. Go ahead and hit Q to have my selection back, and from here on we can see that it seems like parts, like the entire face, or rather the entire artboard is selected. So let's just go ahead and invert our selection to have only this part selected. Now go ahead and create a new layer and then fill this layer with some color. So right click and fill, and let's choose a color. Any color will do really. So let's use this gray to fill it in. Perfect. And now we can deselect and bring it below our guy here. Now we want to actually have our selection activated one more time. Then go to select, go to modify, and go to contract. So we want to contract this by say 6 pixels for now and see. So 6 pixels, not bad. I think we should do it one more time. So let's go and contract this time by 10 pixels. So we have 16 all in all. And yeah, so right here what I'm trying to do is create the thickness of our cut, you get, of our section. So let me go back to the image and you can see our cut here. This is what I want to create. Okay, so comparing this to this, I think we might need to maybe expand our selection one more time. So modify and contract. This time let's do this by 3 pixels. Hit OK. Yeah, perfect. Now just go ahead and use my keyboard keys to move my selection, because you see we want to create this perspective loop. Okay, because you see like this part is thicker than this part here. This part of the cut is thicker than this part and also this part. So that's just what we want to achieve here. So we achieve this by moving our selection a bit to the left hand side, and this is just perfect. Now just go ahead and create a new layer and fill it in. So I'll just Alt delete, or Alt backspace rather, or Option delete to fill it in with white this time, and I'll deselect. Go to layer styles and fill our layers with gradients. Okay, with gradients. Now first of all do this for the main guy, that's the background guy. Okay, so for this I'll go ahead and give it a gradient. So first of all we have to use the linear gradient and then change the colors. Yeah, so I want to sample the face a bit and then make this darker. And we actually need to do some color correction on the image. We need to make it less saturated. Less saturated. So we're going to expand our scale and go back, make this even darker. So you see we are beginning to achieve the effects we want, the desired effect. Perfect. Now I just want to transfer this gradient we just created to this next layer, because it's actually supposed to be on this next layer yet. To hold down Alt, click and drag it on the next layer. Now we have to go ahead and edit this gradient we just created. Okay, we have to make this brighter. Okay, we have to make this brighter. So let's try to make this brighter. This will give us the cut effect. This will give us the cut effect. Okay, so as you can see, we've been able to create the cut effect. I'll go ahead and select my 2 layers and just move them to the right hand side a bit. And just scale this just a bit. Okay, so as to remove the white outline we had on them. Perfect. Now the next thing we'll do is go ahead and create the other parts for the bottom side. Now go ahead and pick your pen tool and start to create. Incredible, guys. So you want to have something that looks like this. Okay, it has to look like this. So go ahead and take your time and maybe pause the video and try to achieve what looks like this. Okay, so when you're done, you just come ahead and give it the gradient fill. Go ahead and give it the gradient fill. And now we want to give this color. Hit OK. Just hit reverse and work on our angle. So this is what we had, and this is what we're trying to recreate. So it seems we need to make this richer green. And this needs to be brighter. Perfect. Hit OK. Perfect. So as you can see, we've created the two cuts, the cut on the face and the cut on the chest. Next, we're gonna go ahead and bring in our flowers. So click and drag this guy in. And for this one, you want to have it behind here like this. Perfect. And we're going to come back to that later on. So for this one, for this other flower, you have to click and drag and drop, resize. Yeah, we have to make this positioned this way. You can see that for this one we actually need to flip it. So flip the other way around. And let's bring in the leaf. Yeah, we also want to have a few extra copies for our leaves here. Perfect, and this looks good. I'll select everything and just resize a bit and shift everything to the middle. Now let's go ahead and create a new layer. That's for my background. Now that's a rectangle. Bring it to the extreme end, extreme bottom. And we will just give this a gradient fill. And you can see that we have the blue gradient. Let's see if we can get one of these presets. If we can use one of these presets. Yeah, I think we can just select one and then go ahead and edit the colors. Hit OK, and let's undo reverse. Yeah, I think we can just make this a bit darker. And less saturated. Perfect. Make this probably lighter. Yeah, hit OK, hit OK, hit OK. And we see that we actually need to create this ellipse behind our subject. Okay, we see that we created it inside our rectangle. I'll just undo that and have it on its own layer. And bring this ellipse behind our subject. Go ahead and align this to the middle, and we actually need to change the color. I'll just do that here to yellow. Perfect. And give it an outer glow. Outer glow, yeah, outer glow. Hit OK. Perfect. Now just go ahead and do some color adjustments to our image. So I'll select this guy now and just go to image, and for this I'll just turn this to a smart object so we do our adjustments non-destructively. So image adjustments, hue and saturation, just reduce the saturation a bit, or you know what, I'll just go ahead and add the black and white image, black and white effect rather. So black and white, and let's see, yeah, blue filter should do. Hit OK. Perfect. And I'll just go ahead and reduce the intensity of my effect. All I need to do is come here on my filter, on my smart filters, on my layer where you see smart filters in black and white. I'll just double click here and it brings up this blending options dialog box. From here I can choose a blending mode if I want. Okay, we can change the blending mode. I think change the blending mode actually makes a lot of sense. We see it darken, and then we can even reduce the opacity, right? So we are reducing the intensity of our black and white effect. So I'll go with this, hit OK. Perfect. Same also with our image. To select our image, go ahead and give it for our image. Okay, yeah, black and white should still work. So black and white, blue filter, hit OK. Double click here. Let's give it a darken and see. Not bad. So I'll reduce the opacity. This will be a bit more saturated as compared to the cutout, just like we have here. So this should just do okay. And I think I'll one more time make our gradient here that's inside our head even darker. Okay. Perfect. So we want to achieve just this. Hit OK. We expand the scale. Hit OK. Let's see what we can do to this other guy here. Okay, I'm making this less saturated, you see. Yeah, so this works better. Hit OK and perfect. As you can see, we are almost done with our design. There are just a few things left. So what is left? We need to add these flowers. Duplicated this guy here, make this bigger. and just cut out one of these. Just go ahead and pick my selection tool, make our brush smaller, just make a selection around our flower. Perfect. Ctrl J and delete. Okay, I think I just undid that. I think I'll just hit Q instead and take my brush tool and just brush this part. Just brush in this part like this. Get my point. Perfect. Hit Q back and Ctrl G. Yeah, this looks better. So for this, we can just duplicate this a couple of times and just add the blow effect to it. Make this bigger and have another one here. Okay, actually here, like this. This should be a bit to the up and this bit to the down. Okay, yeah, so this is arrangement. Of course, you can experiment with other arrangements. If you have a better way of doing this, go ahead and do it. Yeah, so you can go ahead and add some blow to this. So go to filter, and I think I'll just turn these guys to smart objects so I can just transfer the effect without having to redo everything from scratch. You get. So I'll start with this guy, maybe make him even bigger. Hit OK. With the filter, blow gallery, and then path blow. Or let's just use a tilt blow instead. Either of them will work actually. Either the tilt blow or the path blow. This path blow works just like a motion blow effect. So let's try the tilt blow. You can see how this one works. You can actually move these guys up. You can rotate. You can move these guys up to edit the placement of our blow effect on our image. Yeah, but I think the path blow will do just well. Yeah, and we don't want it to be too much, so just 45 will do for this one. Hit OK. Just go ahead and transfer our blow, hold down Alt and click and drag to transfer our blow to these other guys here. Okay, do same to this one. Perfect. Now we can go ahead and just maybe add more blurriness to this guy. Hit OK, and then I'll just reduce the opacity of our layer, okay, to just have this faint effect here, so it looks as if it's more into the background as compared to this one. I'll just leave this one like this. Hit C for crop our canvas a bit, hit OK, and perfect. This is what we have. So we can do a couple more things if we want, but this is just perfect. I think I'll do one more thing. I'll just hold down Ctrl Shift Alt E to merge everything together into a new layer. Okay, and for this for this new layer, while having it selected, I'll go to Filters and Filter Gallery. And in my filter gallery, I'll just zoom out, and now these are the effects I have on my filters gallery. I have the tone edges with these settings. I have the halftone pattern with these settings. So go ahead and add these two effects, the halftone pattern with these settings, 3 and 3, and also the tone edges with 32, 12, and 7, and hit OK. Perfect. Now here on, I just want to change the blending mode, maybe experiment with them by going from down to bottom, from top to bottom rather, and we can see that this works just fine. And from here on, we can just reduce the opacity, and yeah, this should do. So we'll go ahead and save our file, Ctrl S, and save it, sliced artwork. Hit OK, hit OK. And one last thing I want to do is adjust my gradient for here a bit, just a bit. It's very optional. I just feel that this part is too bright, kind of. Yeah, so I just want to increase the scale and maybe go into the gradient and maybe do this. Sorry, delete this guy. Let's just work with this too. Just keep adding this by mistake. Okay, hit OK, hit OK. I'll just go ahead and use what we have here. So guys, as you can see, we've perfectly replicated our sliced artwork. What we've achieved might not be as exact as this, okay, but of course you can make it better. You can go ahead and add some glue to the edges, okay, to make this stand out even more. So just go ahead and do that and share your results with me. We don't want to make this video too long, so we have to end it here. So that's it for this exercise. See you in the next video. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video, we're going to be creating this artwork, this photo manipulation here in Photoshop. Okay, so go ahead and open Photoshop, open your folder, and in your folder on composition and final projects, go ahead and open the orange and fish artwork and bring in these images. So select the images and bring them all in, except of course the orange and fish artwork image, right? So because that's what we are going to be recreating. So hit open. Perfect, and we now have our images open. Now I'm just going to create a new project. I'm going to give this 10 inches by 10 inches. I'm going to make it 10 inches by 10 inches. Hit create. Next thing I'll do is go ahead and bring in my wood stump. So my orange will be sitting on my wood stump, okay, like we have it here. So select my wood stump, Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Just bring it below like this. Hide this layer and then go ahead and bring in my sunset image, drag it and drop it. Perfect. And just bring it behind our wood stump, and we want it to sit just like this so that it serves as our background. Okay, so this is what we want to achieve. Perfect. Now we can see that our wood stump has this halo effect around its edges. That's from the cutting. So what I'll do is just first of all turn this into a smart object, and then go in to our smart object and just hold down Control or Command on your keyboard and click on the thumbnail to create a selection around our subject, and then go to Select, go to Modify and Contract. We want to contract this by 3 pixels, and from here on we want to go ahead and go back to Select, Modify, Feather. We want to feather this by 1 pixel, okay, and just Control J, and then delete the one behind, okay, and Control S to save. Then go back and we see that our halo effect is now gone. Perfect. The next thing we want to do is just do a quick color adjustment to our wood stump, and I will go to adjustments and choose hue and saturation. Just reduce the hue and saturation a bit, and after that I'll go ahead and add a brightness and contrast adjustment and reduce the brightness. Okay, we don't want it to be too bright. Perfect. I'll just adjust my background more and convert my background to a smart object. And for my background, I'll go ahead and add a hue and saturation adjustment, reduce my saturation a bit, and then add a blur to my background. To filters, blur, Gaussian blur. Yeah, so we'll go with this value. I think 23 should do. Hit OK. Yeah, I mistakenly hit cancel, so we'll just go back and redo it. So filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and 23.5. okay, perfect. So next is our orange. So go ahead and bring in our orange, Control C, Control V, convert to smart object, and rescale it. Okay, so we actually want to make our wood stump bigger. We can see that it's a bit bigger here. It's bigger, way bigger here. So just click and hold down Alt or Command on the Mac and make it bigger, and just move it a bit down. Hit OK. Perfect. And for our orange, I think we can also make our orange a bit bigger. Yeah, everything looking perfect. Yeah, so next thing we'll do is select our orange, Control J, and go ahead and give this new copy of black and white, or make it black and white. So go to adjustment and black and white. Perfect. Hit OK, and then I'll just go ahead and turn this to screen. Okay, give it a screen blending mode, and if I just hide my layer behind, we can see that this looks now like it's transparent. Okay, now I'll just Control L for my levels, and with my levels I can actually make this even more transparent and give it more details. You get more details to our transparency. Okay, so I'll just adjust my sliders to achieve better transparency. Perfect. Hit OK, and now we want to just create a mask on this layer and go ahead and mask out our leaves first of all. So I'll just take my brush tool, make my brush bigger and sharper or harder, and go ahead and delete or mask out the leaf. You get. So this is the first thing we want to do, mask out our leaf. Perfect. Now the next thing we'll do is select our orange layer, that's the colored orange, and we want to give it also a mask. So create a mask, and for this one we are going to now mask out parts of this layer, part of our orange. Okay, so we want to hold down shift, click and drag, okay, to clear from this side in the straight line. So the next thing after this is just go ahead and mask out the top side without masking out our leaf. So we just want to take our time and mask out the top side without masking out our leaf. So just zoom in and carefully mask out our colored orange from this side, from this part. Perfect, guys. So this is what we now have. Now the next thing I'll do is go ahead and bring in my sliced orange. Okay, so this is my sliced orange. I'll copy it and paste it in my project, Ctrl V. And for this I'll just hold down shift and scale it like this, scale it like this, scale it down, okay, like this, and just fit it properly while scaling it. So we want to make sure these edges are aligning, you get, just like this. Same also with this side, so we can just hold down shift and rescale our sliced orange along this side, along this axis, and you just want to have something that looks like this. Hit OK. Perfect. And if we want, we could go ahead and do some color adjustments, maybe levels, Ctrl L or Command L, and add some levels adjustments. Perfect. So we are done with most of our work. Next thing to do is just add our water. So go and bring in your freshwater image, click and drag and drop, and just rescale this, and I'll just convert this to a smart object, convert to smart object, and scale it even further. So I'll just go ahead and reduce the opacity so as to see what I am doing behind my water layer. So I want to position it just like this, just like this. Perfect. And then hit OK. First of all, maybe I'll take it up a bit and then hit OK. Perfect. Next, I'll go ahead and create a mask on our layer, and then select my hold down control and click on this thumbnail to select my orange, okay, to make a selection around my orange. And from here on, I'll select my mask for my water layer and hit B for brush, make this bigger, and just erase the parts of our water image which are outside our orange selection. Okay, so firstly we'll just go ahead and clean this part up. We can zoom in and erase it more cleanly. Perfect. Now we want to invert our selection so as to be able to erase these parts, right? So invert our selection, hit B, and start to erase the parts outside, just like this. Perfect. Now we also have this part which we should erase. Now for this, I'll go ahead and first of all invert my selection so as to have just the inside selected, and go ahead and take my brush, scale it, and start to clean the inside like this. So in order to make this easier, I think I can just select this guy here. Just select it and select inverse so as to have outside it selected. And with this, I think we can make our job even easier. You see, so this is an easier way to do things instead of following the edge with our brush like that. So deselect, and yeah, we now have everything looking perfect. So go ahead and boost up your color, and we want to actually do one more thing here. Just take your magic wand tool, and we want to select this part of our water, okay, this white part, and select then our layer mask and alt backspace to fill it in with the foreground color. That's alt backspace for PC and option delete for Mac. So deselect. Perfect. The next thing we'll do is change the blending mode of our layer, of our water layer, to hard light. So hard light will do. Let's try other blending modes and see. So let's start from overlay. This is soft light, this is hard light, and hard light will just do the job. So hard light will reduce the opacity a bit, and select back our layer mask, hit B for our brush. Now make our brush very soft and boost up the size, and let's just paint on our layer here to kind of reduce the whiteness of our water, you get. So first of all, I'll go ahead and reduce the flow to maybe 25 and make this bigger, and just start painting on our layer to reduce the whiteness of our water. Perfect. So this is just incredible. This is just perfect. I'll just select it, Control L, and just boost up my levels to make this stand out even more. Hit OK, and yeah, this is incredible. Last but not the least is go ahead and bring our goldfish, drag it here, resize it, let's bring it below our water and change the blending mode. Let's see overlay. Okay, hard light works well also. Yeah, but I think we need to do some refinement to our fish. We can see that there are this white halo effects around the edges, right? So for that, we just select it, control and click, and then go to select, modify, and let's contract our selection by 2 pixels and see. Perfect. And then let's just feather this out by 1 pixel and Control J and hide the one below. Yeah, so we see this does the job. This is perfect, and we now have our artwork completed. So we now have our golden fish in our orange. Perfect. Now there's one final thing we need to do. We need to add shadows on our wood stump. That's shadows for our orange, right? So our orange would normally cast shadows on our wood stump, right? So go ahead and create a new layer like I've just done here, hit B for brush, and just adjust the roundness of your brush like this. Make this just like this, and start to paint on your new layer. So click a couple of times to paint on your layer. Okay, reduce the size, paint. Perfect. Now I just want to squash its size like this. Hit enter, bring it up a bit, and then go to filter, go to blur and Gaussian blur. Hit OK. Perfect. Just want to reduce the opacity a bit. Perfect. And we actually need to make this part darker, because we see that the light is actually coming from this part, okay, from this angle. And if our light is coming from this angle, this part of our orange will not be this bright yet. So first of all, I'll actually go ahead and bring in my light flare. So I'll just click and drag it into my composition, rescale it, and for my light flare, I'll go ahead and change the blending mode to let's see, lighten is not bad, or screen, yeah, screen is not bad. And I'll just bring it behind our orange, right above our background. Perfect. Okay, so this is our sun. This is mimicking our sun. So in order to reduce the light on this part of the orange, we'll just go ahead and create a new layer. So create a new layer, and I'll just hit I for my eyedropper tool, sample this color, and then hit B, select back our round brush, and let's just go ahead and select an even darker shade of our selected color using the color panel here. So I'll just select this shade, and yeah, that's perfect. So I'll just go ahead and paint on our layer like this. And then hit V for my move tool and bring my layer above my orange layer here, above my orange here, this guy. Okay, I want it above our orange here, so we can just hold down Alt and just clip it to our layer. Now we can go ahead and change the blending mode to maybe darken or multiply, and then reduce the opacity. So hide, this is before and this is after. Yeah, this looks better. This looks absolutely better. So I'm erasing parts of this layer using our mask so as to get rid of this this highlight here, this highlight we have. So I'm just clicking to erase, slightly erase it. Okay, yeah, and this looks better. Before and after. Perfect. So guys, with this we've come to the end of our video. We've been able to basically replicate our artwork here. You can go ahead and do some further color adjustments, maybe even reduce the brightness of our background, and this will actually help bring our artwork to focus even better. So let's try that. Yeah, you can see it's helping bring our artwork to focus even better. Hit OK. Yeah, and that's it. So I'll go ahead and save this as orange and fish artwork, and hit save. Okay. Yeah, so with this we've come to the end of our video. See you guys in the next one. Hello there and welcome back. In this exercise we're going to be creating this product display artwork in Photoshop. So go ahead and open your folder. Yeah, So in your compositing and final projects folder, you're going to see the skincare product artwork folder. So go ahead and open your folder and you'll see the body cream image. So select the body cream image and open. It's a PNG image which will serve as our product image. So go ahead and create a new project, a new document, and we want to use 10 inches by 10 inches. Create. Perfect. Now drag in our product image. And of course, we want to turn this to a smart object so we can scale without losing quality and apply our effects non-destructively. So convert to smart object and let's resize it a bit. Perfect. Now the first thing we're going to do is create our platform. Okay, that's the platform on which our product will sit. So how do we do that? We do that by taking our pen tool and simply creating it. So just click and try to achieve this perfect perspective. Yeah, I know this is not perfect. We can just then go into our direct selection tool and make this look perfect. So I'm using my guides here to help me achieve a better shape, you get. So this is what we now have. Incredible. So this is what we are trying to achieve. Okay, perfect. Now just go ahead and delete my guides. Let's give this a more shouty color. Perfect. Now we'll go ahead and create our sides. Okay, the sides for our platform. So let's take our pen tool back and simply create. Let's zoom in. Click, hold down shift and click, 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 and click. So just give it a different color and take it below this layer, and then take our direct selection tool, select our anchor point. Let's just zoom in and place these points properly. So these edges need to connect. Okay, and do same for this other guy. We take our pen tool, click here, shift, click, click, and join. And this will go below all our layers. Give this a more shouty color. Perfect. So we're able to create our platform now. We'll go ahead and give our platforms the desired color. Now we're actually using gradient fields for that. So go ahead and give this a gradient field, and let's work on our colors, or on our gradient field colors. Okay, so we want this to be dark, to be darker color. Okay, so just go ahead and try to make some adjustments to our gradient so as to make it look better, right? So we need to, of course, adjust our angle. Yeah, this angle is just perfect, and go back into our colors and make them look better. So this is what we're trying to achieve. Okay, this is the color we're trying to achieve. mustn't be exactly the color here, mustn't be exactly, so we just can work with something that is quite close. Okay, hit OK, hit OK. Yeah, so all we do now is hold down Alt or Option on the Mac, click and drag your effect to the next layers so as to copy the same effect. Okay, and we can go back in and further make adjustments. So make this darker. Make this darker also. Hit OK, hit OK. Perfect. So we want to also work on this one. Go in. The key, and for this guy we should make this okay. We should make this darker, and then okay, I think I did something wrong here. Yep, so hit OK, and yeah, this is what we now have. Let's try placing our product on the platform. So just rotate our product, and we want to tilt it just like this. We want to rotate it just like this. We want to make it pretty big because it's the main focus of our presentation, right? Yeah, and we can just select everything and just scale everything down a bit, just a bit, and select our subject, or rather our product, and make this a bit bigger. Perfect. I feel maybe make our product a bit smaller. You get, I'm just trying to see the perfect size. I'm just trying to get the perfect size for our product. So I think this size will just do. The thing we have to do is go ahead and try to create these beveled edges we have around our platform. So go back to Photoshop. We use a rectangle for that. To create a rectangle and fill it with this color. Hit OK, and we just need to rasterize our layer and then convert it to a smart object. Go to filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and 8.0 is perfect. Hit OK. So we just bring our layer, rotate our layer, and just try to fit our layer on our edges, just like this. Hit OK. Perfect. Yeah, let me go ahead and try to reduce my Gaussian blur. I'll go ahead and reduce my Gaussian blur a bit. So 5.4, let's work with 5.4. Perfect. Now I'll just give it a layer mask so I can zoom in and just delete some of these parts that are overlapping. You get? So just those parts that are overlapping, just go ahead and delete them with your layer mask. Perfect. And duplicate our bevel, Ctrl J, and just apply our bevel all around our edges. So I'm just going to take my time and apply our bevel all around our edges and fast forward the video so we don't spend so much time. Yes guys, so we're done applying our bevel to all the edges, and we actually have to go in and reduce some of the bevels, or reduce the intensity of the bevels on some of the edges. But before we do that, I'll go ahead and create our background. Okay, our background needs to be a bevel. Sorry, needs to be a gradient also. So go ahead and create my background, and for my background I'll give it a gradient fill or gradient overlay. And for the style, I want to use radial and make this brighter, way brighter. Yeah, make this less brighter but not this dark. Hit OK, and I can actually come in, use my mouse to just adjust the positioning of my gradient like this. Just make my scale bigger and hit OK. Perfect. So now we can see how our beveled edges are interacting with our background, so we can furthermore adjust them better. So first of all, we can see that there are some blemishes on the edge like this. So hit B and just use a soft brush, use a soft brush and just clean this up just like this. Okay, the same for this guy here. Hit B, clean it up. Same also for this guy. B, clean it up. Okay, and for this one, we want to change the color. Okay, so we want to change the color, so go in and give it a color overlay. We want to use something that looks just like this. hit OK. Okay, and we can increase the opacity of our color to reduce the effect. Yeah, perfect. And I want to also edit this one, but have in mind that this will be the brightest because our light is coming from this place, right? So we don't want to reduce it too much. So let's give it a color overlay, and let's actually reduce the intensity for color overlay, and even further increase our blur. So let's make our blur bigger. It's 7.2, perfect. And for parts like this, we can just reduce the opacity. Okay. For this guy, I think we should give it color overlay. Perfect. Same also to this guy, color overlay. And I actually feel like increasing the bevel for that guy. So okay, sorry, for this guy. Perfect. Okay, finally for this one, let's reduce the bevel, or let's increase the bevel. 7 is okay, and let's give this a color overlay, and so color overlay, just reduce the intensity. Perfect. And yeah, I think we are good to go. We are good to go further. Yeah, perfect. I think this is good and we are good to go. But I have some problems with this edge here. We can see how it's looking. It's not looking really clean. So I'll just try to fix that up. So select my mask, hit B for brush, and let me just hit X to reveal all my my blur. Do same for the other layers. Hit B. For this one also, hit B. Okay, let's see what it looks like. So I think this one is the one that needs adjusting. Okay, this last one we selected. Grab this one. Hit B. Go in and just clean it up. Yeah, and it actually looks better now. Let me try disabling this bevel at this edge and see. I think I will just reduce the opacity very much. Okay, perfect. So the next thing we'll do is go ahead and work on our product. We have to add some shadows on the background and also work on our product to make it look better. So create a new layer, bring it below our product, hit B for brush, make our brush bigger, make the hardness 0, and let's squash our brush. Okay, just like this. Hit D to change our foreground color to black, make this bigger. I'm going to use my arrow key to rotate my brush clockwise and anti-clockwise. So for clockwise, I'm using my right arrow keys and the left arrow keys for the anti-clockwise, and I'll just go ahead and dab some paints on my layer. Yeah, just once for now, and pick my move tool, adjust my shadows, hit, and just have it looking like this. Yeah, so this is the first one. I'll go ahead and create a new layer, hit B. Now for this one, I'll make my brush a bit rounder and reduce the flow to 27%, and just Yeah, a couple of times. Just paint a couple of times, and yeah, this looks better. So for this I will reduce the opacity just a bit. And maybe bring it even lower. Perfect. Now the next thing I'll do is work on my product. So I just want to do some corrections, some color corrections on my product. So select my product, go ahead and add the raw filter, the camera raw filter, and I just want to make our blacks a bit brighter, increase the intensity of our whites, our highlights. Okay, and the clarity should go a bit higher. Let's see the vibrance. Yeah, the vibrance also, and hit OK. Yeah, and our product looks better now. Yeah, and we can go ahead and do the background. So for the background, I'll just pick my pen tool and create something that looks just like this. Perfect. And I'm just going to give it a gradient. First of all, I think we have to take it behind, okay, just above our background layer. Okay, create, so give it a gradient fill, gradient overlay, and for this we want to use the reflected gradient, and then just work on the angle, adjust the angle. Yep, so this is what we want to achieve. Add one color here, make this a bit darker. Perfect. Like totally like this. Yeah. So just go ahead and hit OK. And yeah, we now have our background. Now I'll go ahead and make this guy, this place darker, this part darker. I'll just create a new layer, hit B, select my soft brush, and let's just dab some color. Yeah, and I'll just change the blending mode. Let's see what darken or multiply have. So multiply we just do, and just reduce the opacity a bit. And yeah, perfect. I'll go ahead and add another layer on top of this layer, and I'll do the same thing I just did here, okay, so as to create some shadows. Okay, yeah, this is good. Blending mode to multiply and reduce the opacity a bit, and that is perfect. For my product, I think we could furthermore do some more adjustments. So I'm just going to create a new layer, and I'll hold down Alt or Command on the Mac and clip it to my product layer. and hit B for brush. I just want to make this side darker, and I'll sample my golden color here and just make this side a bit darker. Okay, because of course we know light is coming from here and this side will be darker. Just want to make this darker a bit, and while still having my brush selected, I'll hit X to change my background color to my foreground color, and we just want to use white this time to kind of make our X to kind of make our highlights stand out, and just reduce the flow to 13% and just kind of make our highlights stand out. You get, so our highlights should stand out. And our shadows should also stand out. Just like this, and just zoom in and create the same effect on our cream like this. Perfect. So overall our cream looks better. This is before and this is after. You can see that we've added depth to our cream product. Perfect. Now the final thing we'll do is just go ahead and add some light rays coming towards this direction. So for that we'll just create our rectangles with a white fill, and just use my direct selection tool and adjust our anchor points like this. So we want to have them spread, okay, as they come, just like this, and just rotate it and place it well. Ctrl J or duplicate, or just hold down Alt and drag, and just arrange these light rays on our scene, on our composition like this. Perfect. Next thing I want to do is select everything and merge layers, or rasterize layers and then merge them, merge layers, and then add, of course, you know, our Gaussian blur, right? To add our Gaussian blur, effect or filter, hit OK. 47, hit OK, and from here on we're just going to create a layer mask, one layer mask, and use our gradient brush, our gradient fill or our gradient tool to apply a gradient overlay on our layer mask. So it has to look like this. Perfect. So this is all we need to add to finalize it, okay, before and after. And with this, we've come to the end of our video. We're just going to go ahead and save our file, skincare product artwork, select, and save. Okay. And with this, we've come to the end of our exercise. See you in the next video. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. In this exercise, we're going to be creating this action movie poster design right here in Photoshop. So go ahead and open your Photoshop, create a new file, A4, portrait, and hit create. Now go ahead and open your folder, your action movie poster folder under composition and final projects. We want to bring in these two images first of all. So select the both of them and bring them in. This is the first guy and this is the second guy. Now we want to remove the background of these images. All we need to do is, of course, take our object selection tool and select subject, or we can even use our contextual bar here to just hit select subject, and Photoshop will do its magic of selecting our subject. Perfect. Now we have our subject selected. We can do same with this one, select subject. Perfect. Now our object is selected. We can see that we have some errors here, so we just hit Q and just erase the errors. Okay, we can just hit X to have white as our foreground color. Just erase these errors to have a perfect selection, okay, a better selection. So I'll reduce my brush size and erase the selection around here. Perfect. Yeah, and as you can see, we actually need to add this part to our selection. So I'm just hitting X to change my foreground color to black. Make my brush smaller, paint right in this corner. Yeah, we'll just erase this part. So far so good. We have a decent selection. I'll just hit Q back, and we can go ahead and mask and select to refine our edges. So I'll just zoom in and use my refine edge tool to just paint on here to refine my hair better. Same also with the beard. Yeah, I like this. I'll just remember settings. I'll enable smart reduce, make this 1 pixel, and feather 0.7 is okay. Hit OK. Perfect. Now just go ahead and create a mask with my selection. We're done with this guy. We'll go to the next guy, to the gun yielding guy, and we see that Photoshop actually did a good selection here, except for places like this. So just hit Q, hit B to add to places like this. Okay, reduce my brush size, my brush hardness rather, and add to places like this by erasing our mask from places like this. Perfect. Hit Q, select unmask, and Photoshop did a pretty good job with the hair. I don't need to do any further. I'll just hit OK and create our mask, and we have our mask. Perfect. I'll just go ahead and convert this to a smart object and do same with our image here. Convert to smart object. So copy, Ctrl C, bring here, Ctrl V, rescale it, and do same with this guy. So copy, Ctrl C, bring him here, Ctrl V, and rescale him. So you can see that we need to do some color adjustments to kind of blend the both of them, as they are not looking like images that were taken in the same place, right? So we just need to make a few adjustments, nothing much. So this guy is bigger and this guy is smaller. Let's look at our poster. Here you can see their sizes. So yeah, I think this size is just okay. So right now let's go ahead and just fix the coloring quickly. So we just need to do some color balancing. We can see that for this guy here, we need to erase this part. So let's go into the mask, or rather the smart object, and select my layer mask, hit B, reduce the size, increase the hardness, and just erase this part or add it to my mask. Perfect. Control S to save, and we can close this guy now. Now we can see that it's erased, right? Perfect. Now just go ahead and bring up the color balance tool, okay, and just kind of balance the color bit. So where's my color balance? Where are you? Yeah, this is my color balance. You can use Ctrl B or Command B on your Mac to go to the color balance, and for this we just want to increase the amount of red. Okay, so like you can see, we have two colors on the extreme ends. We have the cyan, we have the red, we have the magenta, we have the green, we have the yellow, we have the blue. These are basically opposites of each of these colors. Okay, this guy is opposite of this guy. So if you want to add more of red, you just drag your slider to the right hand side and do vice versa for cyan. Same also with green and blue. Okay, so I think we just want to add a little bit of red to our guy here. Yeah, and I feel they are blended more. Maybe we're going to work on this on the images more later on. So let's just go ahead and perfect our composition. So right in my folder, that's in my action movies folder, I have these images. So I'm just going to click and drag them one after the other. So we have this image, click and drag into our composition. It's supposed to sit at the background, and we actually need a black background first of all. So create a new shape and fill the entire canvas, make this black, and bring the layer below. Perfect. Next thing we're going to do is bring in the remaining images. So we have this guy, click and drag into our composition. So this guy is actually going to sit way behind, above this layer here. Perfect. Now we have this guy. Let's select him, and select him. Okay, yeah, and just bring them all in at once. Just hit enter a couple of times, and yeah, hide some of them so we can properly arrange our composition. So this should be bigger. Yep, should be way bigger. Perfect. So we need to bring this guy or make him bigger, then bring him way behind like this. Okay, for this guy we actually need to change the blending mode. So let's see what blending modes we could use. So let's just go through all the blending modes. So we see that with lighting we are beginning to have a really dramatic and cool effect. So we can have screen also, color dodge, and then linear lights. Let's see really linear color. So this is linear color, and this is normal, this is linear color. So for now I'll just go with linear color. Perfect. And I just want to create a mask on my layer, hit G for my gradient, and click from here downwards to create a gradient so I can blend in my image like this. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. So next is we enable our layer here, this guy. Scale him down, bring him below here. Let's look at our poster a bit. Yeah, this is our poster. And for this one, we actually want to have him sit like this. Okay, it's going to be way behind. Yeah, it's going to be behind here. And let's change the blending mode. Let's use the lighting blending mode for now, and we can go ahead and create a layer mask on it, hit G, and then just blend it like this. Perfect. Next is our image of a burning car. So we want to rescale this, just bring him low, and in fact we actually need to reduce the opacity of this layer. So let's just reduce the opacity of our burning tank, or of our damaged tank layer. That's this layer right here. Okay, it's not showing because of the blending mode. And yeah, this layer, this layer. So let's just undo everything, and yeah, so we actually need to reduce the opacity, so 52% is perfect. And then we have this layer, scale it up just like this, and bring it below, have it here. And of course, you know what we need to do, we need to change the blending mode. Let's see. So I think lighting will do a good job also, or lighter color. So lighter color do a good job. Let's create a mask, hit B, make our brush size bigger, reduce the hardness, and just start painting to erase parts of the image like this. Okay, perfect. Maybe reduce the opacity, and then have this guy enabled, bring him below. It's going to be on the left hand side of our burning car. Yeah, it's going to be sitting here, and it just blends well. So far so good. I'll first of all create a layer mask, however, and hit B for my brush, erase parts of the image like this. Yep, it's good. And the next thing we'll do is just work on this red image here. So this image is too shouty. Let's try changing the blending mode and see if we get something cool. Okay, so I prefer this effect here. So let's create a layer mask and try to erase parts of this red from this side. You get, it's a bit too much here. And now we're left with these guys. Let's try bringing this layer above our guy here. So yeah, so let's bring this layer above our guy here, and of course erase parts of the layer like this to blend everything better. And then select our guy, create a layer mask, hit G, and create a blend. So we want to just fade out the ending parts of the image like this. Perfect. Same also with this layer. The layer mask, you can drag and adjust our layer while holding down Shift. Perfect. Now the next thing I'll do is just go ahead and create a rectangle, click and drag to this side and just give this black color. And for this guy, I'm just going to create a layer mask, hit G and create my blend, right? Create my blend. Just like this. Perfect. So you can see how we've blended everything using our layer masks, using our blending modes, and we've just in a couple of minutes gone from having just random images all around to having something that looks way closer to our expected outcome here. Let's try reducing the opacity of this guy and see. Yeah, so maybe 95%. And next, I think we need to work on our images. So first of all, I'll select my image, go and add the brightness and contrast, and let's reduce the brightness of this guy. It's too bright. And so also the contrast, because we will go into the camera raw filter and do more adjustments. So I just want to reduce the brightness and contrast. So this is before, this is after. Yeah, this is before, this is after. Hit OK. I like this better. So do same with the gone yielding guy here. Let's go ahead and reduce the brightness and contrast. This is brightness, this is contrast. Okay, hit OK. Perfect. So the next thing we're going to do is I'm just going to zoom in, and I can see some halos around the hair. Now I don't want that, so I'm just going to try to fix that quickly. For this, I'll just go into our layer mask, sorry, our smart object, and first of all I want to just give this a black background so I can see what I'm doing clearly. And I'll just go ahead, select my layer mask, hit B, resize, and just feed parts of the hair like this. Sorry, hit X, just feed parts of the hair. Okay, as you can see, we're actually painting on our image, so we don't want to paint on our image, we want to paint on the layer mask. Select the layer mask and erase parts or soften the edges of our hair like this. Get. Just zoom in and do same to this part. Because we want the hair to blend perfectly into our composition, we don't want it to be standing out the way it's currently standing out. You get. So delete our rectangle and Ctrl S. Let's go back and see. Yeah, it looks better. It looks better. So we can do same to this guy here. Go in, create a black background, and bring him below. So our layer mask, hit B for brush. Let's just erase parts of the hair like this. So we should have actually done this right when refining our selection, right? So but however, it's not bad. We're still going to achieve a good result doing it this way. Okay, I overdid this. Okay, so delete our rectangle and Ctrl S. We can see that it's a bit too much. Really, it's a bit too much. Let's try to regain or recover some of our details. Let's see. Yeah, I think this should work. So Control S and go back to our scene, and yeah, it blends better now. So we will just go ahead and work on the images. So select our image, filter, camera raw filter, Shift Control A if you like. So for this guy now, just go ahead and first of all boost up our details. So we're just gonna go to sharpening. First of all, maybe sharpen it a bit, and then go to our clarity, increase clarity and texture. And then because we are kind of looking for this cinematic look, so we have to do this. Okay, so you can see we then boost up our shadows and then reduce our exposure a bit, and boost up our blacks a bit. Yeah, let's just boost up our blacks and just hit OK. Yeah, it gives us more details. It makes it look more cinematic. Okay, it makes our guy here look more cinematic, more badass. So we're going to select the next guy with the filter, camera raw filter, and basically do the same thing. So go down, increase the sharpening, then go up, increase the clarity and the texture, and then go ahead and lighten up our shadows and our blacks, and just reduce the exposure a bit. You don't want it to be too contrasty, so maybe reduce the contrast a bit and hit OK. Yeah, looks better. So here from now on, we just need to do a couple more things and we will basically be done. So you can see it's basically all about adding images or blending multiple images together. So there's nothing really special or really complex about this. If you just know how to blend and use the layer masks, you can achieve whatever kind of complex design you want to. Okay, so I'll just hit D to bring back my black to my foreground color, and I'll create a new layer, and Alt backspace on my PC or Option Delete on the Mac to fill it with the foreground color, which is black. And for here, I'll just go ahead and change my blended mode. Let's see. Okay, I don't really need to change my blended mode first of all. I just need to create a layer mask, hit B, make my brush size big, and kind of make my brush look like this. You get? So increase my brush size, and I'll just hit X to enable my, or rather to swap my colors, my foreground and background colors, and I just click, and so we can create this vignette effect. Okay, we're just creating this vignette effect. And just reduce the opacity of my layer. This before, this after. Okay, this also gives it this cinematic look. Okay, this complex cinematic look. Perfect. Now the next thing we'll do is go ahead and add our text. And the first text is Death, which is the title of our movie. Now this is not a real movie. This is all made up. Okay, this is all made up, so don't think it's a real movie. And I'm just using the names of some existing actors, and these are not their images, so just be aware of that. And let's just go ahead and see what font to use. Now I've downloaded some fonts previously, and I think this P22 rough cut is good. Okay, let's see. Yeah, and that's the font I actually used. So you can go ahead and add the font if you have the Adobe Cloud subscription. Go ahead and add the font. It's an Adobe font, but if you don't have, I think you just look for a similar font, or maybe check for the font on the internet. Probably you might have it there as well. for free. Okay, but you can just use any other font. Mustn't be this font really. Okay, so we just want to have it look like this, and then go ahead and bring in our abstract world texture, open, and we just want to use this grunge texture to create our grunge effect on the text. Okay, so select it, holding down Control and click, and just Control C, deselect. Okay, you don't need to deselect, whatever. So just go into your layer or go into your project, select your death image or your death text rather, create a layer mask, hold down Alt and click here to go into your layer mask, and Control V to paste into your layer mask or in your layer mask. So just rescale and just place it around the position of our text, commit our changes, deselect, and hold down Alt and click, hold down Alt or Option on the mark and click back on our layer mask, and now you can see that our grunge effect has now been added to our text. Now just select our layer mask, Control L to bring up levels, and just boost up my levels, this with my whites and my blacks, so as to have a more daring effect. So I'll just go ahead and unlink the text and the layer mask so as to have control over my layer mask, and I'll just go ahead and move it around, rescale it so as to achieve a better placement. And this is just cool. Hit OK and link it back. So this is our text now. Incredible. Now go into our layer masks, our blending options, and go ahead and add a drop shadow. And I like making my drop shadows just subtle. So this is subtle enough, and hit OK. Perfect. Now just go ahead and bring in my Netflix logo. So this is my Netflix logo. Click and drag and drop. Rescale it and bring it to the bottom. Hit enter and zoom in. And now we just want to have the dates of the release of our movie besides our Netflix text or Netflix logo. Okay, so for this, we just go ahead and pick our text tool and write April 21st. Go back to my move tool, change the font. Let's use Montserrat for this, and rescale it. So let's try using a different font and see. Let's use Nexa Heavy. Okay, Nexa Heavy is the name of the font. If you can go ahead and download the font. It's a free to use font. Perfect. So we actually need to scale down the size of our Netflix logo here, and then create a rectangle. Just have it in between our Netflix logo and our release date. Give it a red color. Yep, we can go ahead and group them together. So Control G, group them while selecting our group, click on our background, and then align to the middle, just like this. Perfect. So I'll just activate my group selection so as to select our group and move it to a better place, to have a better placement. And yeah, this is just cool. Now the next thing is to add our remaining text. So we want to have the name of the main actors here, one on the left hand side, one on the right hand side, and then based on a true life story, and then produced by the Russo brothers. So we have Mark Wahlberg on the left hand side and Chris Hemsworth on the right hand side. So select my text tool, click and mark Wahlberg. And for some of these parts which we do not want to keep selecting, we can go ahead and lock them. So like for this group, I can just lock the group so we don't select it mistakenly, okay? And then same also for this effect we created, this vignette effect. Go ahead and lock it so we don't select it mistakenly, okay? Perfect. And same also for this guy. Go ahead and lock it. Anything that's going to stand in our way, we just lock it so we don't select it mistakenly. Okay, and I'm finding it hard to select my text. I think it's in the group. Let's see. Yeah, it's actually in the group. So deselect or unlock and then bring it above my group, close my group and lock my group. Perfect. Now I can select my text, rescale my text, maybe give it 16 point scale, font size rather. Go ahead and use 25 minus 25, and we just want to turn mark to red color. We just want to give mark a red color, give mark a red color, and hold down Alt or Ctrl J rather, and bring the copy to the right hand side, and then change the name. Now this is Chris Hemsworth. Chris Hemsworth. Okay, I think it's Hemsworth rather, not Hemsworth. So Hemsworth. Perfect. We can go ahead and Ctrl J on this, Ctrl J, sorry, Ctrl J to have a duplicate. And for duplicate, let's just go ahead and write based on a true life story. So based on a true life story, based on a true life story. And this should be white. Ctrl G, then produced by the Russo brothers. Produced. Let's rescale this. Just position them properly, just a bit below, like this, and we are basically done. Okay, one more thing we can do is maybe create this same black effect. Okay, we can just duplicate this layer, so Ctrl J, and bring the layer up, rotate the layer like this, so we can be able to see our text here properly. You get? So that's basically it. We can change the color of our text to red if we want. You can use whatever color you want. Hit OK, zoom out. I think I'll just use white instead. Yeah, so you see this is now our completed poster design. And yeah, I'll just go ahead and save my poster design, Ctrl S, in the folder. So action movie poster design, and hit save. Okay, perfect. And with this, we've come to the end of our exercise. See you guys in the next one. Hello there, welcome back. In this video, we're going to be recreating this Netscape product manipulation, and this is sort of an introduction to advanced compositing or photo manipulation, because in case you do not know, all the elements of this composite are from different images. Okay, so these are all different images with different lighting effects, different color effects, and all of them have been brought into one composition to create this. So that's the power of advanced photo manipulation or advanced compositing, and we're going to do this all in this video. So go ahead and create a new document, and this should be A4 landscape, and hit create. Now in our folder, so just go to your folder, we have the Netscape product artwork folder in our composition and final projects folder. So open it up, and now you can see all our separate images, right? There are 16 images all together, all of them combined to form this single image. So the first thing I want to do is drag in my cloud. So this will be my cloud. I'll just drag it in to Photoshop and release it. Perfect. And I just want to scale my cloud a bit, scale it up, and just move it up like this. Okay, go back to my folder, and the next thing I want to do is, okay, sorry, not this folder, this folder. And the next thing I want to do is bring in my next image. Now this will be my next image, which will sit on top of my sky. So drag it in, and I'll just scale it up a bit. Or before scaling it up, I want to actually remove the sky of my image. So in order to do this, I'll just go to select and then sky. So it's going to select our sky. Perfect. Now we can go ahead and add a mask and just invert our mask, Control I. Perfect. Now just scale it up just a bit. Now the next thing we're going to do is bring in our grass field image. So click on it and drag it into Photoshop and hit OK. Select and sky, then give it a mask. Select the mask, Control I, to invert our mask. Perfect. Now this is the first thing we want to do. Now I want to actually add this tree to my selection, to my mask. So I'll just go ahead and select my mask, hit B, make my brush size smaller. Just select this brush, reduce the size, and start painting over my image to add my mask. Perfect. So our tree has been added to our mask. Now I just wanted to select this guy, I guess, so as to delete this line I'm seeing here. So I'll just add the line to my mask. So select the mask, hit B, and just brush into our mask. That's holding down shift to do it in a straight line. Yeah, and now we have our three images sitting on top of each other, and just by looking at our composition, we can tell that these are all separate images. These are three separate images. We have the sky, we have the hills, we have the green grass, right? So they are all separate images because they don't blend perfectly with each other, just like we have them blending here. Yeah, so that's what we're going to fix right now. So first of all, we're going to start with our sky. So select our sky and go to image, adjustment, and then color balance. Now we're going to use color balance to adjust our colors and kind of improve the harmony of our composition. So I'm reducing the reds here, so we can see that with this we are getting more blue around our sky here. And then for this guy, which is the second slider, let's bring it to the right. We can see that it's not looking good, neither is it looking good. So we want to maintain a balance, we want to strike a balance. So I think around +5 will do. And let's see this other one. So for the blue, let's see. Yeah, we don't want to overdo this. Okay, so this is before and this is after. The change is quite subtle, but I think we can work with it. And next, let's just go ahead and pick our brightness and contrast and see what we can do with this. So I'll reduce my brightness just a bit and then increase my contrast. Yeah. Hit OK. Go and pick my levels. This is before, this is after. Hit OK. Good. Now the next thing I'll do is work on my heels. So select my heels and then image, adjustments, color balance. And for my heels, I want to kind of reduce the reds in my heels because we can see that it's too reddish. You get, so we use the reds. And let's see what we get by reducing the greens, or rather the blues. I think we should maybe add some blue. Okay. Maybe add some greens, just a bit. And then also add some brightness and contrast, and just reduce the brightness of our heels. Same also with our contrast. Hit OK. Now we'll just work with this for now, and then now select our heels, sorry, our green grass rather, and go to image, adjustments, and color lookup. Now we need to blend our green grass to look like our heels, right? Sorry, not color lookup, color balance, not color lookup, color balance. So color balance is just Ctrl B, so I'll just keep doing Ctrl B instead of going all the way. So just reduce the greens. Okay, maybe reduce the reds a bit, maybe add the reds. We can see what we're getting. This is before and this is after. Perfect. I think I'll go back to my heels and work on the color balance one more time. So I will just adjust my heel to make it closer to the green grass instead of making the green grass closer to my heel. You get, so for this I will go ahead and add some green to my heel, so we can see that it's now looking closer to our grass. Okay, so just a bit of green and more cyan. Get it, more cyan. So this is before and this is after. Perfect. So as you can see, this is what we had before, and this is what we have now. Incredible difference. Perfect. The next thing we'll do is select our heels, select the mask, hit B, and I just want to fit this out into my sky. You get, I just want to fit my heels into our sky. Just paint lightly. Let's take this guy and let's paint just light, just a bit. Okay, so as to feed our heels into our sky. You get, we should not do it too much. I'm just going to hit X to recover some of the details we lost. Perfect. So it's now a better blending between the sky and the heel. Next is our table. So this is our wooden platform or wooden table, so bring it in. Yeah, this is our wooden table. Hit OK. The next thing we'll do is go ahead and work on our table in isolation. So double click here to open the smart object, and for this, the first thing I want to do is just delete this part, this black I'm seeing here, this black I'm seeing. So just click and drag, okay, to the edge like this, and just select it and hit delete on your keyboard to delete it. Deselect, Ctrl 0, and then take my polygonal lasso tool, and I just want to follow this line. I want to follow this line and just create a cut like this and delete. deselect, and do the same thing here. I'm gonna follow this line. Okay, I want to start here. Just like this. Delete, deselect, Control 0, V, and then just hold down Shift and make this big. Control S to save it. Perfect. And then go back, and yeah, our changes have been added. So let's go ahead and see what we have in the original image. Now we can see that our table is actually flatter than this, so we can just hold down Shift, click, and make our table more flat like this. Okay, just like what we had here. And we can make our table longer and longer like this. Make it flatter. Perfect. So the next thing I'll do is go ahead and bring in my plants, my grass. So select this grass and bring it into Photoshop, drop it, resize, and just have it here. Perfect. Okay, not you. So select this guy, bring him. So this one will be kept here on this side. Perfect. And we actually want to create extra versions of these plants. So I want to press Ctrl J on this and bring him behind our grass here. So behind our grass, and we want to have this, a copy of this grass, Ctrl J, behind our tropical tree here, or tropical plant here. Perfect. Just like this. So this should definitely be smaller in size. Should be bigger. Perfect. So the next thing we'll do is go ahead and bring in our Netscape product, drag it in, drop it on the table. So our product will be big because it's the main focus of the design, right? It's the main product. So it's just going to be this big. Perfect. Now go back and bring in this guy, the palm leaves, drag it in, and it's just going to be placed like this. Perfect. Go back to my folder and then bring in my bird. And my bird is just going to sit here. Go ahead and bring in our Nescafe drink, resize it to be just this big. And I would like to do some adjustments to our Nescafe drink in isolation. So for this, I'll just go ahead and go into the smart object and try to do my adjustments. So first of all, I want to go ahead and delete the shadow we have on our cup. So for this, we're going to pick the magic wand tool, just select and delete, select and delete, select and delete. Okay, just want to delete the shadow we have, and we actually didn't do a good job, so just undo and use a different method, deselect. And for this, I'm just going to take my pen tool and I'll just draw out a selection instead. So I'll just draw this so we have a cleaner selection of our cup. I'll remove the fill and I'll just follow the edges like this. Close our selection and control or command click on our thumbnail to select this part, and then select our layer 1 and delete. So we've totally deleted that shadow. Easy. Okay, and I feel we didn't do a perfect job, so I'll just undo a couple of times. We should have selected this part of the cup as well, so I'll just undo this a couple of times and select my shape, take my pen. Okay, I undid too much, so I'll just go back and fill in my selection, and then take my direct selection tool, select this anchor point and adjust my anchor points to include this part. Okay, just like this. Perfect. So control and click, select and delete and deselect. Perfect. Now we have a better selection. Next thing we'll do is go ahead and erase the write-up we have on our Nescafe cup. So we just go to our remove tools. Okay, and then just select the patch, select this one first, click and drag, select this guy next, click and drag. Perfect. So we have it looking sweet right now. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and adjust the perspective of my cup. You can see that we are having, let me just go ahead and save this for now. So can save back to the original file, flat images. Okay. So I think we just need to delete this guy and Control S. Perfect. So it's saved now. So we can see that the perspective doesn't line out. You get the perspective of our cup doesn't really line up. So in order to do that, I'll just go ahead and pick my rectangular marquee select tool and select on top of our cup like this, and then go ahead and pick my move tool and just hold down shift and do this. So you can see I'm reducing or adjusting my perspective. You get adjusting the placement of my cup, the perspective of my cup. So I'll just go ahead and save and go back to my file. So you can see that we should have moved it a bit more. So have your move tool selected and then just use your keyboard to move it 1 pixel into the cup, and that line will just disappear. Perfect. So Control S, and now let's go back and see. Now it's looking better. You get it's looking better. So let's go ahead and flip my cup like this. Perfect. And then apply. And now we can just close this, and we have our cup fixed. Next thing we have to add is, I think, our animals, right? So let's go back to our layer, and we have our animals. We have the deer, we have the giraffe. So select both of them, click and drag and drop, hit OK and hit OK. For deer, our deer has to stand around here. We reduce the size or rescale him. Okay, and it has to stand behind our chair, our wooden table rather. Perfect. So let's look at perfect. So let's look at our image. You can see where it stands, right? So it actually needs to go down a bit more. Perfect. Next thing is our giraffe. We scale our giraffe and move it. So our giraffe is actually way into our scene compared to our deer, so that's why it's not very big, because we all know that normally a giraffe is extremely big as compared to a deer, right? So our giraffe is just here. Hit OK. Let's look at what we have. Maybe we could increase the size of our giraffe. Yeah, perfect. Now finally we just need to add our coffee beans, and these are our coffee beans. Yeah, okay, we actually have the birds flying also, so select the both of them and just okay, actually the coffee beans, we should open them in a whole different document. Okay, and then for the birds flying, we can bring them into our composition. We just cut this or copy this or drag this into my composition. To the birds flying, oh my god, so the birds flying have to be way into our scene as compared to every other thing, so they're just going to be behind our green grass here. So deselect auto select, so we don't select something else mistakenly. So for this, I'll just hold on Alt or Control J to duplicate our birds, and I'm just gonna flip our birds like this, make this ones bigger. Perfect. And for these ones, I can just go in and use my selection tool, select, hit V for my move tool, and just move it, and do same with all these other ones. Hit V, move, so as to spread them apart. You get hit V, move, select it, hit V, and move it like this. Deselect and S, Control S rather, to save, and go back, and we have our scene updated. Okay, perfect. So last but not the least, we have to add our coffee beans. So for our coffee beans, we can go ahead and select 2 coffee beans. Okay, let me just see and have a clue. Okay, so the particular coffee bean we select doesn't really matter. I think we'll just go with this guy and this guy, or the both of them, maybe this guy and this guy. Okay, so select the bean and then Control J, select this guy also, then Control J. Now we can select both of them, copy and bring them here, Control V. I'm just going to first of all turn them into smart objects, convert to smart object, convert to smart object, and now position them properly. So they should be touching each other, not being on top of each other. Okay, so they should be touching each other just like this. Hit OK. Perfect. They should actually be smaller. So they should be smaller. Zoom out, compare them with what we have here. So and you can see that this our cup is actually way into our scene. So in order to activate the transform tool, instead of just clicking here, we can always just Control T. So if you do Control T, you're going to activate the transform tool. So you don't have to always click. I always click because it's easier and it's quicker. You get. So you can always do Control T if you're having problems. Always clicking. So this way, you're just going to move it into our scene a bit more, and maybe rescale it. And the cup should actually be also big, because man, it's the copy. Because man, it's the freaking Nescafe drink, right? So it should be big also, not just the Nescafe pack. This is what we had, and this is what we now have. Should we proceed, or do we need more adjustments? I think we need to bring this guy a bit low. So really, guys, we don't need to achieve exactly what we have here. Okay, just something that is close is okay. And as you can see, we also have some leaves here. We have this leaf and this leaf, and I don't think they are in our folder here. They should be in this other folder, this folder on orange and fish. No, sorry, not orange and fish. I think sliced artwork. Yeah, so this is the leaf I used, so drag it in and grab it. Perfect. So for this one, we're just going to rotate it like this, I guess. So one should be, first of all, we need to squash it like this. Then one should be here, resized, hit OK. One should be here, resized, rotated. Okay, let's see. Yeah, even resized even more, and rotated. Perfect. Yep, so this is our composition. Let's take a look one more time. In fact, you know what, I'm just going to bring in my original artwork so as to compare our positioning and everything way better. So this is what we created before, and this is, I'm just going to bring this guy here, bring this guy here, bring him here. Yep, so this is what we now have. Control 0 is what we have. This is what we had. Okay, I think we did a great job. We don't need to worry ourselves too much. So just the birds, let's let the birds, let's make them smaller in size. Let's make them smaller in size so they look far away into our scene. Perfect. This guy should probably be bigger and moved up. Perfect. Now it's time to handle the most interesting part of our work, which is blending our elements to look like they were there originally. Okay, so for this we're going to start with our trees, with our plants. So select our plant, Control B for blend, and let's just reduce the green, maybe add a bit of red, and go ahead and add the brightness and contrast. And for brightness and contrast, I'm just gonna reduce the brightness very much. Okay, we don't want them attracting the eyes so much, okay, because this is the main focus of our artwork, so it should attract all the eyes. So we should reduce the brightness to something like this. Maybe the contrast, maybe increase the contrast just a bit. Yeah, so just make sure you have this. Hit OK. And I'll just go ahead and copy this into the other guys. So hold down Alt, drop, hold down Alt and drop. Okay, no, not on the Nescafe. That was a mistake. But we have to do that for the other plants. That's this guy here. They should actually be closer to each other. I don't know why they are so far away from each other. Okay, so hold on Alt, click and drag. Hold on Alt, click and drag. Sorry. Hold down Alt and click on the smart filters and drag. Okay, so this is probably okay, but for this one we have to do some work. We have to do some work. To just open it up and double click on brightness and contrast. For this, we don't want to do with this. Okay, I'm actually editing the wrong one, so I'll just cancel and select this guy. So select this guy, double click here, and let's make it a bit brighter, just a bit. Okay, yeah, just a bit. And I think I'll just make this guy even bigger, just this big. Perfect. So we're just gonna do the same thing with the guy at the back. Just reduce the brightness. So reduce the brightness, or rather increase the brightness. You get increase the brightness. So increase the brightness, maybe increase the contrast a bit. Hit OK. Perfect. Now we have to work on this guy. So for this one, brightness should be reduced to the barest minimum, because this guy casts the most shadows on itself. You get, because the sun is actually coming from this direction. So this is perfect. And we just want to go ahead and add the sun. I forgot to add the sun, so go back to the folder and we see this lens flare image. Click and drag into Photoshop, and of course change the blending mode and do some blending. And yeah, that's just it. So turn this to screen or lighten. So I think screen will do a good job. So bring it here, create a layer mask, select our layer mask, hit B, make this bigger, and just feed the boundaries of our image into our sky like this, and just make this guy even bigger. Perfect. I'll bring him way behind. Perfect. Now select my layer mask and hit B, and we can see that all this while we had white on our foreground, so we didn't really fade out the edges. So let's just hit X to reverse everything, or to reverse the colors, and just blend it now. So we can see that it's blending now. Perfect. What do we do next? We can go ahead and work on these leaves. So for this one, just go ahead and give it the brightness and contrast, reduce the brightness and also the contrast. And I want to actually reduce the saturation for this guy. So reduce the saturation and hit OK. Do same with the copy. Hold down Alt, click and drag on the copy. Hold on Alt, click and drag. Perfect. And the next thing we want to do is just go ahead and add some shadows behind our plants. So select this plant, create a new layer behind it, hit B, and just start to add some shadows. Okay, I'm just going to reduce my flow to maybe 59% and just add some shadows. Perfect. just do the same thing for this one. Create a new layer, bring it behind, and hit B, start to paint to add some shadows. Perfect. Next thing we'll do is go ahead and work on our animals. So first I'll select my deer, and my deer needs to be darker. Okay, because if light is shining on my deer from behind, the front is going to be dark, right? So it's going to be a bit darker, less brighter. Let's increase the contrast just a bit. 10% is okay. Yeah. Same also with my giraffe. Now my giraffe is gonna show more lighting because the sun is actually hitting my giraffe on this side, right? So for this, we take notes and make the reduction not too much. Okay, so the brightness should be 14, minus 14. And contrast doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, minus 14, hit OK. Perfect. Now, one more thing we need to work on is our table. Our table is actually very bright. So we're just gonna go ahead and work on our table. So go ahead and add the levels and contrast to our table or wooden platform. So reduce the brightness. Okay, so we can see that we are now achieving a lot of details on our table. This is before, this is after. This is before, and this is after. Perfect, hit OK. And then go ahead and give it a hue and saturation. So reduce the saturation just a bit. Perfect. Now our scene is coming to life gradually, and now the next thing I'll do is go ahead and work on my color, my beans. So my beans will be less bright, but I also want to increase their contrast. Okay, so they can attract some attention to themselves. So perfect. Same also with the other one. Hold down Alt, click and drag. Perfect. And the final thing we have to work on is our Netscape product, right? Our Netscape pack. So select our Netscape pack, and for this, let's just go ahead and make it brighter, a bit brighter, and less contrasty. Hit OK and go ahead and give it hue and saturation. So let's see. Yeah, let's just stop the saturation by a bit. Hit OK. Perfect. Now I've decided to just make this bigger. This guy should be bigger. Hit OK. Perfect. And I want to also make the shadow behind it bigger. You get? So hit B. Let's just add more shadows. Actually, just add more shadows behind it. Perfect. Same also with this guy. So we're just gonna add more shadows behind it. Perfect. Now for our product here, we have to start analyzing the lighting of our product, and try to make it as accurate as possible. So let's analyze the lighting of our product. Now, if the sunlight is coming from behind, we are not going to have these highlights here. Okay, these highlights will not be present on our product. So we want to achieve realism as much as we can. So in order to eliminate this highlight, we just need to create a new layer, okay, and sample our color, sample this color for example, or maybe this color, the color of our Nescafe drink. Okay, we'll sample this color, and let's hold down Alt and just clip this layer to our Nescafe pack, hit B, and start painting on the highlights. Start painting on the highlights. So with this, we are going to eliminate our highlights. Yeah, so for this one, I just want to make it a bit lighter here. Yeah, so just go ahead and change the blending mode. Now let's just experiment and see what we get with different blending modes. So this is Collarbone. I think Multiply will actually do a good job. After going through all of them, I'll just probably go back to Multiply. So Hard Light is also doing a good job. Hard Light, Multiply, they're all doing great jobs. So Multiply, yeah, and this just works perfectly. Maybe reduce the opacity a bit, and this is before and this is after. Perfect. Now I'll go ahead and add some highlights to my deer. Now because the sun is shining from the back of the deer, we're going to have some highlights on the edge of the deer. Okay, so I'm just going to create a new layer, clip it to the one below, hit B, hit X, and just go ahead and paint some highlights on the edge of the animal like this. Okay, so you can experiment with other brushes and see what you get. You're gonna also get cool effects with other brushes, but for me, I'll just go ahead and use this brush because I want to try to finish this within the shortest time possible, so I don't need to go and start looking for brushes and so on and so forth. Okay, so just add the highlights like this. This is before and this is after, and of course we could change the blending mode if we want, maybe lighten or soft lights. So soft light does a good job too. So soft light, yeah, you can see how subtle the highlights are, so that's good. We can even Ctrl J and just clip it back to make it stand out even more. Okay, perfect. That's it for that one. And for the next thing, I'm just going to add some highlights around the edge of our bird. So create a new layer, clip it to our bird layer, and hit B for brush. I'm just going to add some highlights to the edge of our bird also. Perfect. So we don't want to do that too much, just a bit. Perfect. So this is before and this is after. Maybe even make this bigger. And just add more subtle white to our highlights. Okay. Make this soft light. Perfect. The next thing I want to work on is my cup here. So we can see that we're having a lot of highlights here, and if our light is coming from this direction, we actually won't have this much highlight. So what do? Create a new layer, hit I to sample my color, hit B, yeah, sample this color instead. Yeah, something this dark, and then hit B, and we can now start painting. So just paint, and I think we actually need a darker color. So for this, I'm just going to select manually. Perfect. And I'll go ahead and clip my layer and create more of my shadows, right? And do same with this part. Perfect. Same also with this part. Perfect. So go ahead and change the blending mode. Let's try multiply. Let's try different other blending modes. So we see that soft light is doing a great job. So we just go ahead and use soft light and reduce our opacity just a bit. So this is before and this is after. Perfect. So as you can see, we are progressing really well. I'll just add a bit more shadows, more subtle shadows, okay, so as to clear that strong line I was seeing here. Perfect. Before, after. Perfect. Now from here on, we can go ahead and start adding shadows, okay, literal shadows, okay, because our objects will cast shadows on the table, right? So we can go ahead and start adding shadows. So for that, I'm just going to take my selection tool. First of all, I'll select my first object, which is my my cup, then create a new layer, take my polygonal lasso tool and start to create my shadow. Now if my sun is casting shadows from this direction, it means the shadows for this cup will be something like this, will look like this, will come like this, okay, will come like this, and then actually finish like this. Perfect. So we just go ahead and alt the backspace or option delete. Okay, you can see that the color is actually not black, so alt backspace, fill it with black and deselect and bring it below our Nescafe cup, right? So we actually want it to be above this guy, or rather we actually want this guy to be above our shadow. So what do? We bring it above our shadow just like this, and I'll select our shadow, give it a gradient map, sorry, a layer mask, hit G and just create a blend like this, just this. Perfect. And then from here on, we can go ahead and select our shadow, go to filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and just blur it out. Perfect. So next we just go ahead and work more on our gradient. Okay, work more on our gradient. Now let's do this. Let's make our shadow stand out even more. Okay, perfect. Now I want to select my shadow, create a new layer on top of it, and then hit B for my brush. Make my brush this shape. Reduce the size, and I'm just going to rotate it with my arrow key a bit. And now I'm just going to start painting below my cup. Yeah, So just like this, we've added more realistic shadows. So I'll just give you the layer mask and kind of erase parts of the shadows from here like this. Hit V, select, click, and while holding down Shift on Alt, and I'll just reduce the length of our shadows like this. Perfect. Here, and as you can see, we've been able to achieve very realistic shadows here. So we're just going to go ahead and do same with our that's for our pack, right? For our Netscape pack. So go ahead and create a new layer, take your polygonal lasso tool, and then start creating your shadows. So click and click and click, click and click and click. Perfect. So go ahead and fill this, Alt backspace or Option delete. And this is actually supposed to be on top of here and not clipped. So hold down Alt and unclip it. Perfect. And then deselect. And then bring this behind our layer, behind our Netscape layer, right? Perfect. So just go ahead and do the same thing we did to our last object. So create a layer mask, hit G, so you come from this side and just blend it like this. Okay, I just undid that. I'll just go ahead and do that again. So select my shadow layer, create a layer mask, hit G, come from here. Now go ahead and adjust the placement of my shadow. Perfect. So select my shadow, go to filter, blur, and Gaussian blur. Yep, and this is perfect. Hit OK. Perfect. Now just go ahead and add more shadow like I did before to this cup. So hit B and add more shadows behind like this. I'm just undoing a couple of times. Yeah, and I'll do it again. Perfect. I think we just need to erase or maybe just resize our shadow a bit like this. Hit enter. Perfect. So the next thing we'll have to work on is our coffee beans, right? We can see that our coffee beans have this sharp highlights here, these halos, and we don't really want them. We want to adjust that. So go ahead and hit I to sample this color and create a new layer on top of our coffee bean layer, and we just make this the hardness really low, and now we can go ahead and paint. First of all, clip it, and then go ahead and paint around our halos, okay, our sharp edges. So just paint it to remove that sharp highlights around the edge. So do same with the next guy, which is this guy. Let's create a new layer, clip it, hit B, and do the same thing, okay, because this part should actually be really dark since they are in front of our Netscape Pack, and our Netscape Pack is casting shadows on them, okay, and they're also casting shadows. So the next thing we'll do is go ahead and create the shadows for these both. So just go ahead and create a new layer behind the both of them, and take our polygonal lasso tool, click, 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 okay, just like this. Alt delete, or rather Alt backspace. First of all, let's make sure this is black, and then Alt backspace or Option delete on the Mac, deselect, and you can go ahead and give this layer mask, hit G, just blend from here to here. From here to here. Okay, let me just undo and create a layer mask. Hit G, and let's give it the gradient one more time. Perfect. So go ahead and give it the blow, Gaussian blow. Okay, the blow actually has to be on the layer, not the mask. So filters, Gaussian blow, and this is a bit too much, so let's just go in and create new settings for Gaussian blow. Perfect. So I'll just go ahead and create a new layer on top, hit B, and start adjusting our shadows, or start adding more shadows, just like this. Perfect. And in fact, we actually need this part to be even darker. Okay, so we actually need this part to be even darker. So what I will do is, first of all, I'll just sample the same color first, and then try to paint around here to eliminate some of the white highlights I'm seeing right now. So just eliminate this, paint around here, eliminate this, and let's make this even darker. So make this even darker and paint inside here now. Okay, perfect, because this part will actually be very dark. Same also with this one. Okay, same also with this one. So select and paint, just like this. Incredible. Now when I just zoom out and see, you can see that we've achieved so much realism just by adding these shadows. So I think these shadows will not run down our table this much, so for that I'll just go ahead and select my mask, hit B, and just erase them a bit from behind the table, okay, or below the table. So just go ahead and hit X, to have our black as our foreground color and just erase them from this part of the table. Perfect. Hit V, Control 0, and yeah, we now have all these shadows created. And the final shadow is the shadow for this bird. Okay, so for that we're just going to tick select our bird first and then create a new layer behind our bird. Then take our Lugano lasso tool and start to create path for our shadows. So we're going to do this. We're going to create something that looks like this, just something close to the shape of the bird. Okay, mustn't get the exact shape of this bird since we are actually going to be filling it with our foreground color, which is black. Deselect, and we can go ahead and add the Gaussian blur. Hit OK, and I'm just going to move this closer to our bird and even scale it, holding down Shift to come closer to our bird, just like this. Maybe even rotate it, or maybe not. You can just position it like this. Perfect. And just go ahead and create a layer mask, hit G, or not necessarily, just select your layer mask, hit B, and just fade it out from here like this. Perfect. Now create a layer on top of it and hit B, select this guy, make this smaller so we can add more shadows behind or under our bird. Okay, just like this. So it looks like our bird is actually sitting on or standing on the chair. Perfect. And we can just reduce the size or rather the opacity of this guy here. Perfect. Now there's one more thing I want to do. I just want to reduce the brightness of my bird's feet. You get, so I'll just, while selecting my bird, come here and then create a brightness and contrast adjustment layer that is now clipped to my bird layer. Okay, so for this one I'll just reduce the brightness just like this. Perfect. And I'll just go ahead and select the gradient map, the mask, select the mask, hit B, pick this preset, make this bigger, and let's just start erasing parts of the brightness and contrast on the bird. Okay, and just leave it around the lower side of our bird and also on the feet of our bird. So we're just gonna erase it here, same also here, and same also on our feathers like this. So this is before and this is after, so you can see how much realistic it now looks. And I feel we can actually reduce the opacity of this guy a bit, just like 93. Same also with the opacity of the shadows. Okay, yeah, 80% works just well, and this is looking incredible. Control 0. So as you can see, we've basically changed the entire look of our composition. Okay, we had a very pale and depthless composition before we started adding the shadows. We had something that looked very ugly, but now we have a really cool composition. So I'll just go ahead and bring this guy in one more time so as to compare them. This is what we had, this is what we have. Okay, perfect. Now I feel we should also reduce the brightness of this one more time, a bit more. Hit OK. Perfect. So the next thing we'll do is just create a new layer below our green grass. That's below this layer, and even below our animals. Actually, let's go ahead and bring our animals way below our green grass. Okay, sorry for that. So we just need to select our animals and also the layers that are clipped to them. So I just bring them way below, just a little bit above, just above our green grass. Okay, same also with our giraffe here. Bring him above our green grass, because there's something we need to add. We need to add a fog effect. To select our green grass and create a new layer on top of our green grass, and now on this layer we're going to add a fog effect. So hit B for brush, and let's just go ahead and choose one of the old brushes we created before, and that's the cloud brush. Okay, we created a cloud brush before. So let's see, I can't really find that brush. Okay, I think this is it, the cloud tree brush. So let's go ahead and pick that brush, but you can choose whatever brush you want to choose. Okay, even the normal soft brush will work. You just need to make this white or close to white. Okay, maybe sample this color. Hit OK and start to add. Maybe rotate our brush a bit, then just add this fog in the background like this. Perfect. This fog should actually come above our animals. Yeah, above our animals actually. Yeah, above our giraffe. So the next thing we'll do is, of course, go ahead and blow out our fog. Blow it out just like this. Hit OK. Then create a new adjustment layer, a new mask for our fog. Hit G, and now we need to blend our fog. You get like this. It should come from up down like this. Perfect. Yeah, this will just do, and from here on we can go ahead and reduce the opacity of our fog, and let's try other blending modes. So this is normal. Let's just go ahead and try other blending modes. You should have something that looks way better than normal. So overlay, let's see, overlay this before, this after, before, after, not bad. Let's see, normal, before, after. And I think we just go with normal, and we okay, yeah, let's just go with normal and just reduce the opacity really much, maybe 20 or 15%, because we really want the fog to be very subtle. You get very, very subtle. And yeah, this is incredible. It's nice, and we are almost done. In fact, we are almost done. Let me just look at what we had before, and yeah, this is what we have now. So finally, I'll go ahead and do Control Shift Alt E or Command Shift Option E on the Mac to merge everything into a single layer. Now this is what we now have, a single layer, to merge everything into a single layer. Now we will go ahead and do some adjustments to our layer. So select our layer, our new layer, and then go to filters and camera raw filter. Perfect. And we'll just go ahead and do a few adjustments to our image. First of all, I want to add a vignette effect. So come down and look for vignette. Where's my vignette? Yeah, under optics we want to add this vignette effect, so you can see it. Perfect. Perfect. Now I also want to create a lens distortion, so I'm just going to use this distort to create this distortion. Okay, so I want to create a very subtle lens distortion, just like this. So we have this very subtle lens distortion, maybe +10. Perfect. Now the next thing I want to do is add a lens blur. So let's go ahead and apply a lens blur to our image. Now Photoshop will just analyze our image, and it uses AI for this lens blur. Actually, it's going to give us advanced lens blur options. So just wait for it to do its magic and give us the options. So as you can see, we now have our lens blur applied to our image. So we have the blur amount 50%. We can reduce it, we can increase it. And do you know what? I actually forgot to blur out my leaves. Oh my days. I actually forgot to blur out my leaves. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna cancel on this. We don't want to save this because that's a very important part of our work. We have to blur out our leaves. Okay, so I just want to enable all layers. So I'm just clicking and dragging to enable all layers. Perfect. Just delete this guy, and for this we're just going to add some blur. So filter and blur gallery, and let's see, path blur. Okay, so path blur is doing its job. So we want to reduce the blurriness, maybe increase the taper a bit, and then hit enter or hit OK. Perfect. So this is the first blur we have, and let's just compare it to this one. Yeah, so let's add the next blur. Blur gallery and path blur. For this one I want to taper it a bit more and reduce the blurriness to 41% and hit OK. Perfect. We now have our blur applied to both layers. So Ctrl Shift Alt E or Command Shift Option E to merge all into a single layer, right? So we can go back and add our camera raw filter. Yep, here we have camera raw. We'll just go ahead and give it a vignette effect, a subtle vignette effect. And then lens distortion like this, +10. Perfect. Now go ahead and apply the lens blur. So click on lens blur and wait for it to analyze our image. Perfect. So it has applied our lens blur. Now we can mess around with the settings, amount of blur, and then we have different types of blur. So let's go ahead and choose this other one and see what we get. So you can see the blurriness it applies. So we have this other one, we have this other guy, we have this other guy. They're all different algorithms. So we have other options. We can actually expand the depth of our blur, okay, to cover more things or less things, or to focus it just on our main subject, which is this guy. So you can see as I reduce the focus range, we have it focusing on only this guy, and every other thing here is blurred. Yet, but of course we don't want it to be this much. We just want it to affect the background mostly. Okay, and then the blur amount should not be this outrageous. Let's try boosting the boost and see. So this is actually a new effect in Photoshop, the lens blur. It's not a very old effect. pretty much new effect in Photoshop. It's a new effect in Photoshop actually. So let's just experiment with these other types of blur and see what they do to our image. Yeah, I think I like this one better, this bubble. Okay, I like the effect it gives us way better. And the blurriness amount should not be too much. So the C 44%, yeah, or 39%. Yeah, 39% will just be perfect. So go up and let's work on the colors. We want to come here, the color mixer, and then go to luminance, and we want to just add some luminance to our green. Okay, we want our green to pop. We want our greens to pop, and go to hue and just reduce or take it to the left hand side to reduce the greenliness, okay, to make it a bit closer to this yellow. Okay, so this is the extreme to the right hand side, and this is the extreme to the left hand side. But of course we don't want to use the extreme, we want to just use say -24, okay, or -22. Perfect. So let's see, let's work on the levels, or the curves rather. Work on the curves. And I'm just going to increase my vignette because the curves just eliminated most of my vignette. So increase my vignette, effect, and contrast. We don't need to increase contrast actually. And highlights and shadows and whites and blacks. Okay, and then temperature should make this +3. And we can do some color grading. We'll add some of this color to the shadows. Okay, the shadows. So these are the shadows. Just a bit. And then boost up the blending and the balance. Yeah, and I basically like what we have here. So hit OK. And this is what we had before, and this is what we have now. Perfect. I'll just go ahead and rescale it to cover for the lens distortion. And yeah, maybe one final thing, maybe just select it and Ctrl L for levels and just give it some more levels, just a bit more. Before, after. I think it's perfectly okay without the levels actually. Yep. So that's it guys for this one. This is what we had before and this is what we were able to create. I'll just go ahead and save this, Ctrl S, and save this as the Netscape product artwork. Save. Okay. Yeah guys, so this was a very long video, but it's important that you get the basics of photo manipulation, how to blend photos together, how to make everything look like a single unit. Okay, so hope you experiment more, hope you learn more, because we never stop learning. And with this, we've come to the end of our exercise. I would love to see the ones you created, so kindly share them with me. Yeah, so that's it for this one guys. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, thank you so much for staying till the end. I am really happy you chose this course over many other courses out there. Now, as a bonus for this course, I just want to share with you a few tips to help you become a better designer. Okay, so we never stop learning. So you should always have an open mind towards learning, and that's the first and probably most important advice I'm going to give you now. I'm going to give you today. So always learn, always be open to learning. And having said that, I want to share with you some sites which could help you learn. Okay, so you can learn by looking at other people's works. Okay, so that's one of the very big ways of learning. Now, this is behance.com. It's owned by Adobe. There are many other sites, many other portfolio sites. So if you have an Adobe account, you can actually log in, or you can create one. Now, you can see lots and lots of creative work on this site. Okay, so you can never run out of inspiration, no matter the project you're trying to work on, be it illustration using softwares like Illustrator. And by the way, I have a course on Illustrator. If you want to learn Illustrator, you can learn from beginner to advanced with my course. Okay, so whatever you want to work on, be it illustrations, be it photo manipulations, be it digital painting, you can always find inspiration and learn from other people's works on platforms like Behance. Behance has personally helped my creative journey, and I've been using Behance for years now, and I just keep getting better. And yeah, so you can see mockups, you can see digital paintings, you can see illustrations, basically anything you are looking for. Let's try searching for photo manipulation and see, or let's see products photo manipulation. Okay, now you can see the incredible work designers like you and I have been doing. You see, look at this product manipulation. This is so beautiful. Okay, and designers tend to show the design process from inception down to the creation of the work. I don't know why it's not loading. Maybe it's network. Let me just reload the page. So you get to see the process of design. You get to see the process from inception to completion of work. And this guy even has a tutorial which you can watch on YouTube to learn how to make this. Okay, so this is the final project, and we have many others. You can just go ahead and keep seeing, keep watching. Okay, yeah, so that's it for this. You can check other sites. Behance is not the only site. We have Dribbble. We have many other sites. Okay, and you can sell your services on platforms like Fiverr. Fiverr is really popular. I don't know if you've heard about it, but Fiverr is really popular, and I've used Fiverr personally to get jobs done and also get jobs for myself. I used to work with Fiverr back in the days. I think I started using Fiverr 2016, but for some reason I just left, and at that time Fiverr wasn't this good. Okay, so I just left and used other platforms, but Fiverr is really good right now. It's really good. We have Freelancer, we have Upwork. All of these are freelance sites which you can use to sell your work. Okay, yeah, and kindly check out my other courses. I have other courses on design, okay, logo design, Illustrator, After Effects, motion graphics, and so on and so forth. So I would love you to just check out these courses. They're really good and they can really help you in your design journey. So I don't want to make this video too long. I just want to cut it from here. So thank you once more for the opportunity of learning with me. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. If you want me to review your work, if you need feedback, also reach out to me. I would love to do so. So that's it for this one, guys. I wish you good luck in your career as designers. Keep creating, and bye bye.